having met this morning at 10:30. And with that, I'm going to ask Pastor Donnie Flippo to come forward with a gospel-centered church. If everyone would please silence your cell phone, and if you so choose, please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of our city and our citizens. We pray for them, Father. We thank you for this wonderful day you've given us. We speak blessings over this city. We declare all the promises of God for their yes and amen. And we look to you, the author and the finisher of our faith. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
May we have roll call, please?
Mayor West.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner. Councilmember Durio.
Here.
Councilmember Hilliard.
Here.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Sherwood. Absent. And Councilmember Crenshaw. Thank you.
Today we have a City of Beaumont communication update we're going to begin with.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this week's announcements, come help us build Beaumont. The city is proud to partner with Habitat for Humanity of Jefferson County to build 2 new affordable homes for local families on Fillmore Street. This project is funded through the city's HUD Home Investment Partnership Program with generous support from Stellar Bank. And we're hoping you'll want to get involved. Habitat is looking for volunteers, sponsors, and partners to help make this project a success. Whether you're an individual, business, or organization, your time and support can help make a big impact. To volunteer or learn more, call 409-499-3036. Let's all work together to help build stronger neighborhoods and brighter futures for our Beaumont families. The Mayor's First Coalition Against Violence is coming up April 14th, and we're inviting the community to join us in working towards solutions. Community leaders have already begun sharing ideas and identifying priorities, focusing on addressing violence and supporting at-risk youth. Join us Tuesday, April 14th at 5:30 p.m. at the Lakeside Center Auditorium. We hope you'll partner with the city and many different organizations who are part of this coalition to build a safer, stronger Beaumont. Get ready to run, jump, and compete. Registration for the Beaumont Track Club is now open through May 1st at the Sterling Pruitt Activity Center. This program is for youth ages 5 to 18 and offers coaching, uniforms, and competition opportunities for just $150 per child. Practices will be held 3 nights a week at Beaumont United Track and Field. For more information, contact the SPAC office at 409-838-3613. School is almost out, so that means time to start thinking about summer camp fun. Registration for the Sterling Pruitt's Kids Summer Camp is now open and will run until all spots are filled. This camp is for children ages 5 to 12 with 2 exciting sessions packed with activities for just $150 per session. Contact the Sterling Pruitt for all the details. And finally, as part of the Be Well Beaumont initiative, the City of Beaumont Recreation Department invites residents to activate the park. This is a free, family-friendly community event focused on fun, fitness, and connection. The event will take place Saturday, April 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Central Park on 4th Street. Attendees of all ages can enjoy a variety of interactive activities, including an obstacle course, a rock wall, group fitness classes, pickleball instruction, and more, along with vendors, games, crafts, and additional family-friendly activities. This event encourages the community to get outdoors, stay active, and enjoy a vibrant day in the park. So be sure to join us April 25th at Central Park. And that's all for this week's announcements.
Thank you. So that is all our presentations. We're going to move into public comments at this time. And if you haven't had a chance to sign up, please notify us if you wish to have a public statement. This is the time for anybody to speak that wishes to speak on the consent agenda or regular agenda items 1 through 10. Items 11 through 13 have already been heard in public hearing, therefore citizens cannot speak on these items. Citizens wishing to speak on item 14 will be given an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. If you wish to speak now, you can, but you can only speak one time. The city clerk will call your name when it's your time to speak. When you approach the podium, if your address and city and state wasn't said, please say it at that time. You will have 3 minutes for public comments. The green light will come on when you approach the podium, and the red light will come on when your time is up. Please note that while you're at the podium, members of council will not be able to respond to your comments or any questions regarding the posted agenda items. However, we will address them afterwards, or someone from staff will get with you after you have spoken.
Debbie Neal, no address given, Beaumont, Texas.
I've been hearing that too.
Debbie Neal.
I think they're working on that.
Yes. No. Deborah Federline, 2693 Hazel, Beaumont, Texas.
I know it will shock y'all to know that I am not here to fuss. Almost 10 years ago, I moved to this city after Harvey put 8 feet of water in my home. Since then, I have called not only Beaumont my home, I have called it the home to my business. I have the unique opportunity of traveling to every portion of our city in my job. I get to know different people personally as I work inside their homes. One thing that I hear consistently from everyone on every part of our city is they wish our city was painted in a different light. We have allowed, somehow, 1% of the 113,000 people that proudly call this city our home, a group of ruffians that have decided to wage war in the middle of our city. From 2014 to 2021, I was in 26 different states representing my company. And the comment I got in the last few years every time was, how can you live in that city when it's so dangerously? Very well and contented is my answer. I live in Old Town. I wouldn't live anywhere else. Every morning I wake up, I sit in my backyard, talk to my quail, and talk to Jesus a little bit. I will not be afraid. When I come home in the evening, I sit in my backyard, watch the sun go down over St. Elizabeth. I will not be fearful. I will not allow a handful of people to make me fearful to live in the most wonderful city that I live in. We cannot, as a city, allow this to happen. The only news being said is bad news. I have over 75,000 followers on TikTok. Daily, I get asked about this because the only thing coming about our city is murders. I don't know the answer. I don't know that you know the answer, and even if we did, how to answer it. But just know, there are a lot of people out there that appreciate every single one of you and every single thing you're doing. I know any and everything you say on Facebook gets met with anger and ignorance, but please don't stop, because it allows people to see the positive things that you're doing in our city. I do appreciate every single one of you and Mr. Durio, even though we don't agree. But I do appreciate everything you do. I don't get to come very often because of my job, but I listen to you every Tuesday meeting when you have it. And I'm going to say one thing real quick. I'm going to miss Miss Broussard when she retires. She's the best city secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Debbie.
Thank you.
Debbie, and I think is it Reed? Okay. Ms. Reed, will you come up and also give your address?
Address 4390 West Cardinal Avenue, Drive in Beaumont. And again, my name is Deborah Reed. I'm living at the, excuse me, the Abiding Grace Apartments. They're a community dedicated to the elders 55 and older and the handicapped. Many of the residents do not have access to an automobile, which makes it very difficult for them to get their daily activities fitted, doctor's appointments, shopping. It's impossible. The nearest bus stop is down on Burnett Road and Sarah, which is about a mile away. And the traffic, there's no place to walk. You have to walk in the street. So there's many of us that cannot maneuver that due to our physical ailments, our just aspect of growing older. It's hard to get around. The absence of a nearby bus stop effectively isolates residents on these long distances. Providing a structured bus stop would really improve our conditions there. We propose a collaborative approach to address this urgent need. We suggest a site evaluation for safety and accessibility. The facts speak for themselves. Almost 50% of riders on the transit system are elderly and handicapped. This is according to the American Public Transportation Association. Your expedient attention to this matter would be helpful. And I do have a list of people who have signed wanting this bus stop. I don't know where to put it, just,
I can take it for you.
all right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Garrett, and I think the last name is Craver, 213 Knights Row, Nederland, Texas.
Good afternoon. I come on behalf of Baptist Hospital. We are requesting to be part of the Neighborhood Empowerment Zone waiver for our construction fees. As y'all well know, we are in the process of constructing a 72-bed expansion of behavioral health hospital services right here in Beaumont. Those services are the only one of its kind in our community. And so this project will really improve not only just the type of services that we can get here. Right now, if we don't have a bed available, people leave our community far away from their family to get those services. So we anticipate adding about another 120 full-time healthcare jobs with this, and we really would appreciate your support in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Jenkins, 7648 South Broadway, Boardwalk, Lumberton, Texas. Okay, thank you. Christopher Jones, 1045 Doucette Avenue, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As stated, my name is Christopher Jones. I am the Director and Acting President of the South End Neighborhood Association. I am here today in strong support of the proposed lease agreement that will allow our neighborhood association to establish a community garden on city-owned property just south of the Charlton Pollard Memorial Park, the Southeast Texas Family Resource Center, and the Charlton Pollard Park. This project represents a clear and meaningful public benefit. As outlined in your staff report, it promotes community engagement, supports healthier lifestyles, and increases access to fresh food in an area that has long been underserved. Beyond the report, this is about real impact. This is about taking underutilized land and turning it into something productive. This is about giving our youth something to build, not something to escape. This is about creating a shared space where residents, young and old, can reconnect, contribute, and take pride in where they live. Under this agreement, our neighborhood association is assuming full responsibility for maintenance, operations, labor, and programming. We're not asking the city to carry this. We are asking for the opportunity to lead it. The 5-year term with renewal options provide the stability needed to build something sustainable and lasting, not temporary, not symbolic, but transformational. We also fully understand that this effort is contingent upon approval of a specific use permit, and we are committed to working closely with the planning, public works, parks, and all necessary departments to make this a reality and meet every requirement. We are organized, we are prepared, and we are long ready to execute. So today our request is straightforward. Approve this resolution, support a community that is stepping forward with solutions, and allow this land to serve the people in a way that reflects purpose, care, and long-term vision. This is what partnership looks like. This is what responsible community leadership looks like. This is what progress looks like, especially when our city and its people move forward together. We respectfully ask for your full support and unanimous vote for item K on the consent agenda. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, South End Charlton Pollard Greater Historic Community Association. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Johnny Beatty, 3555 Washington Boulevard, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon. Today I'd like to offer my support to the Legacy organization. I've worked in community development for over 31 years, and during that time, I was instrumental in helping them to become the first home association program that helped us with affordable housing. In the wake of NCAA championship game, I'd like to use a simple analogy, if I may, simple but appropriate. If you have someone that's shooting three-point shots and making them, give them the ball. This organization has been instrumental in helping us over the 15-year period to build affordable housing, and I think that they should be utilized more. So basically, I'm just requesting that you all utilize this organization more. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, sir.
Mo Way, 10000, Jonathan Court, Beaumont, Texas.
Thanks for allowing me to speak today. Okay, I want to make a few comments about the Trump graffiti that's pressure washed on concrete barriers and sidewalks next to public streets and highways in and around Beaumont. This ugly graffiti has been viewed by literally thousands, if not millions of folks driving around and through Beaumont for approximately the past 1.5 years. Basically, before the 2024 November election, many of my friends complain about these eyesores, and I can't imagine what folks passing through Beaumont must think of our city when they see these ugly political statements on public roadways. Also, I assure you, I would feel the same if Biden or Harris graffiti was scrawled on our public streets and highways. Okay, I have contacted city, county, and TxDOT officials about removing the graffiti. And I know that I-10, 69 North and South, and many city streets are a mess and require constant attention. But it's been a long time since the graffiti appeared. But on a positive note, recently Kenneth Regat, right back there, Director of Parks and Green Space, and his staff have removed offending graffiti from at least 3 locations on city streets. I don't think Kenneth's department is responsible for removing graffiti on city streets, but Kenneth has taken on this job simply because it's the right thing to do and it makes our city more attractive and welcoming. So thanks to Kenneth and his department. Kenneth and his staff are dedicated public servants. We are fortunate to have Kenneth working for the betterment of Beaumont. And also, recently, Carl Ray with TxDOT and his staff have removed Trump graffiti from several locations adjacent to I-10. So I thank Carl and his staff also. But some Trump graffiti still remains on or near our public streets. And here's a picture. This is what Kenneth's staff and what Kenneth did. This is on 124 near Terrell Park on these bridge barriers. There's the Trump graffiti. You know, it's just so ugly. And this is after, before and after. So I encourage you all to, you know, take this under consideration and remove this graffiti. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gwendolyn Lavalis, 2390 Dowling Road, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Dr. Gwendolyn Lavalley, Medical Director of Gift of Life, and I represent an organization that has spent decades serving the most medically underserved residents of Beaumont and Southeast Texas. We are respectfully requesting Community Development Block Grant funding to support our Women's Breast Health Program, our Men's Prostate Cancer Prevention Program, and our HOPE Initiative, Health, Outreach, Prevention, and Education. What we see every day in our community is this: too many individuals delay care, not because they don't care about their health, but because they lack access, insurance, transportation, and support. As a result, diseases like cancer, diabetes, and heart disease are often diagnosed too late, when treatment is more costly, more complex, and less effective. Gift of Life exists to change that trajectory. With your support, you will help us to provide no-charge, life-saving services to low and moderate-income Beaumont residents, including breast cancer screening, diagnostic mammograms, ultrasounds, and biopsies, prostate cancer screenings, and comprehensive primary care testing of blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes. Navigating to treatment ensures that no one falls through the crack. For men diagnosed with prostate cancer, we cover the full cost of treatment, and for those who qualify, then that removes their greatest barrier to survival. But just as important as detection is prevention. Through our HOPE program, we meet people where they are, in schools, churches, community centers, and health fairs, educating youth and adults on the dangers of tobacco and vaping, the importance of early screening, and the power of healthy lifestyle choices. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death, and many of the conditions we identify, such as hypertension, diabetes, and high cholesterol, are silent, but deadly when left untreated. What we do is not just screening, prevention. We identify risk early, intervene early, and save lives. The impact extends far beyond the individual, reducing emergency room utilization, lower hospitalization rates, decrease overall healthcare costs. It's not just a health investment, it's an economic investment in our community. In 2025 alone, the Gift of Life served more than 1,000 men across Southeast Texas, identifying not only cancer, but hundreds of cases of hypertension and diabetes that required immediate attention. Behind every number is a person, a father, a mother, a worker, who now has a chance at a healthier future. With your support, we can help reach even more Beaumont residents who would otherwise go without care. We respectfully request your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we have overflow in the hallways, so the conference room is set up at the end for you can hear what is happening in council. So this is said for benefit of those that are outside the room. All right.
That's all I have, Mayor, for public comments.
Is there a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda?
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Councilman Turner?
Yeah, just for item B, you know, I do think it's a great thing when we have companies that are succeeding through programs with the city of Beaumont, especially we have money and things sitting in the coffin. I think it's very advantageous to kind of take advantage of it and kind of improve our community overall with the way it looks. And for item F, can someone explain it? I'm familiar with it, but I promise a constituent I would ask for it to be explained on the record so they can get a gist of what it's about, that program.
And I think Jess Prince is address that?
We do have Jess Prince, if you want to come up. This is the amendment for the minor repair program.
This item, we have a contract with J.W. Turner that council approved. The expiration date was February, and so they have some funding remaining and we need more time to complete the project. So this is just extending that date through the end of May.
Okay, so just an extension, basically.
Yes.
All right, thank
No
you.
additional funds.
All right.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman.
Not a question, more of a comment about Charlton Pollard garden that's on the consent agenda. I'm excited that it's been over 15 years that they've been working on this, and so Ward 3 is getting to see some progress, just so you know.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Turner.
And lastly, on item J, with the coordination of the agreement for mental health care coordination services, that opioid funding, is it, I know we realized we had a lot that was kind of sitting idle. What will be additionally left after we make this investment? And can you kind of tell us a little bit more of what this program is about and how it came about with the coordination? I'm just kind of wondering, is it something that we should coordinate, or normally does, without the coordination, is it going through public health? Like how has it been operating without it?
Okay, we're gonna have Miles. You know, I guess a few weeks, a month ago, Carasalis came and did a presentation to City Council. They've also made presentations to the county. And county, I think Mr. Jackson came and endorsed them here at our council meetings as far as mental health and being able to respond to mental health care in the Jefferson County, which is a big issue everywhere for sure. But Miles and
Before they begin though, Councilman, I want to remind you that the opioid settlement funds comes with a very limited window of what they can be used for. And so I know that there's some questions and concern about like better uses in the community. It literally has to be used for items and ventures that are going to impact the community that are related to both mental health and opioid abuse.
Understood.
Yes, hi, I appreciate the questions today. I'm Anita Ward, I'm the Chief Growth Officer for Care Solace, and council members exactly correct. Under Schedule E of the opioid settlement funds, there is an explanation of care coordination as well as the alignment of what are essentially co-occurrences. So you may need therapy, but you may need those, oh, I'm so sorry, Miles, but you also may need those 75 beds that, you know, that the hospital's expanding. So what we do is we are open to every resident in the city of Beaumont. They can call us, they can do self-service. We have pulled together all of the providers, both everything in behavioral and mental health, as well as some of the social services. So we may find that somebody who's struggling with an abuse may also have a food insecurity or housing insecurity or another insecurity. So our care coordinators are available 24/7, 365. They have live translators. They speak multiple languages. We can accommodate up to 200 languages. So they're available at all times. And then what they'll do is they will then refer to local providers first. We have about 43,000 behavioral mental health providers that are using our platform in the state of Texas. There's about 400 in Jefferson County. So what we're doing is making sure that we're navigating people to care first and foremost locally. And then if we have to go beyond that, we're working with individuals or parents, if that's the case with a child, to gain consent and place them into care. We navigate everything, not just the providers, but the insurance side, and we even schedule the appointments, because the key, especially with addictions, is getting them into that care in the same way that the last presenter just talked about. Just getting people into care is that first hurdle to overcome. We have about 2 million residents from cities around the country. Those city managers and council members have used opioid settlement funds to fund us in general.
And here in Texas, I'm in discussions now we have about 500,000 people in Texas that are using us, but I'm also in discussions with other counties around the state using that same funding. And then, as I said, it's substantiated under Schedule E with the opioid funds. And then you get tracking, real-time tracking, so you'll know how many folks did we refer for care and to whom and how quickly, and what are the outcomes of that. And we look at that by zip code, by location, by age, by demographic. So again, I can come back and do the reporting, and then we support all of your reporting for the opioid settlement grant as well. So you have really deep insights into where we're placing them, how we're placing them, where are the needs, where are the gaps, where might we need more support systems, what were we able to support here in Jefferson County, what are we supporting in the city, where are the gaps and where might you have to take it to. Sadly, sometimes as far away as Harris County. So we are coordinating across that, and other cities for years have used us and used the opioid settlement funds to support our needs.
Okay, and my follow-up question, is this system normally dealt with maybe I would say a operated system, or are they dealing with speaking to people when they make the calls?
People.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're technology enabled. So we have all that great technology where we can actually match to providers and match insurance and match treatment types and clinical needs, but they're always talking to a human being.
Okay, and I think that's very important
Me too.
with coordination, because those automatic systems can be a little
Yeah.
frustrating sometimes.
Yeah.
And secondly, I noticed you said the county came initially. Is the city of Beaumont the only one participating, or is other cities within Jefferson County actually
So
participating
they
in this?
will be. So Beaumont will actually be the first. I go back to county meeting tomorrow for Jefferson County, I think for the unincorporated residents, and then I'm talking to each city within Jefferson County. But Beaumont would be the first city here in Jefferson County, even before the county.
It's kind of, all right.
Any other comments? Councilman Crenshaw?
Thank you very
On
much.
that, but we're talking about, consent agenda.
Yes, I just wanted to mention item I is installation of a microchip PET scanning station at Rogers Park. This is an Eagle Scout project, and I'm just very supportive of it. I think it's a great idea. A lot of times pets will get lost, and this will be a way for people to hopefully get a pet returned to their owner faster. So please, everybody out there that has a pet, please have them ID'd and microchipped, please. And this is an awesome project. Very proud of the scout that's going to be doing this for his Eagle Scout project, and grateful for city staff, for Demi, for working to get this item on the agenda quickly so we can get the project started. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Duria.
Okay, item N, on the police cars that we're purchasing. I noticed we're buying some and leasing some, and I was wondering, we've done it before, and we just leased them all, and that was cheaper. I was wondering why we changed that now.
So it's basically for the use of the cars, and I don't know if the chief is here, but without getting into too much detail, like we do lease and buy police vehicles, and the difference in which vehicles are used for lease and which ones are used for purchase, I prefer to speak with you about that offline.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other comments on the consent agenda? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 1, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. And with great pleasure, council, to consider a resolution appointing Christopher S. Boone to the position of city manager effective May 1st, 2026.
Is there a motion for item number 1?
Mayor, before you call for a motion, there was a change to the agreement. It's located at your desk on page 9, section 2, section 6.2C1, we added the following language, that section now reads, an amount equal to the value of the manager's then current yearly base salary divided by 12 was added. So that's the only added change. So any motion should include the resolution with the agreement as amended.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I so move with the amendment.
I second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second for approval of item number 1 with the amendment. Is there any comments? Councilman Durio first, and then
Yes, sir, Mayor, thank you. I just want to say, I think Mr. Boone is going to do an awesome job. To the applicants that weren't chosen, I think we had all good applicants. And I would also like to say, in the future, we'd have to get better at this process, because I think we should have had more than just 3 people that we were able to interview, for one. So that's one thing that I think we, and also more people to interview, and also we just have to not rush, because this is a very important decision and we need to get it right the first time. And sometimes I felt we were a bit rushed. But other than that, I've worked with Mr. Boone since 2021, and we have a good working relationship. He's very easy to work with and very easy to get along. And congratulations.
thank you, Councilman Durio. Councilman Hilliard, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to echo, I'm excited. You know, you've had a chance to train under 2 city managers, you know, different styles of management. And so I'm excited for your vision for the city and where we're going to go from here. And, you know, just echo what Chris said. We had some fine people that applied for the job, and I thank you for doing that and for stepping out. And Chris, I welcome you, look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Councilman Hilliard. Councilman Turner?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of speak upon, I've been to experience 2 hiring systems with a city manager. I experienced one with a search firm, and I experienced one when we went within. And both experiences, no matter what you do, you're going to have people who critique it and not like it and say you didn't get it right. But one thing I'm big on is I truly respect people willing to put themselves out there and be criticized to get an opportunity similar to us when we put ourselves out there to become elected officials. You know, once you put yourself out there, everybody's viewing you, you're on the front line, and they literally scold and try to find any little thing. And just to have, you know, that tenacity to even go for it, I respect it. You know, Miles, you're a young brother. I think your future's bright, and I can't wait to see where this world takes you. I remember my first time going for something, I didn't get it. But my second time, I got it with flying colors. So I just want to keep you encouraged and let you know I appreciate you putting yourself out there. Mr. Ellis, thank you as well for putting yourself out there, because it's not easy. I think you've came to the city with a fresh set of eyes, and you've put your expertise on us, and I thank you for that. And even Mr. Coleman, I want to let you know I appreciate your experience and everything you've done. I kind of look at, you know, your leadership and experience, and I think that speaks volume. And I'm kind of glad you did put yourself out there, and I'd have been open to that as well, similar to what Councilmember Durio said. But to Chris Boone, you know, I'm going to speak to, I know how it feels to do something and it not go your way. And it kind of spoke to your characters for me personally, that it didn't go your way and you stayed and you endured and you respected Mr. Williams, you worked under him. And that made me have a tremendous amount of respect for you, and I want to say it publicly. A lot of times when things don't go people's way, you see them disappear or move. But you stayed at it, and I respect you for that. And today, I'm looking forward to supporting you, because I really respect how you handled it. I think sometimes your character isn't to how you handle wins. It's sometimes how you endure through some controversy and when things don't go your way. And I think you handled that very well and professional, like a champ. And I think it's all aligned that it's your season and your time. And I'm looking forward to you doing a good job. I'm looking forward to some new things, new visions, and I'm looking forward to see what you can accomplish. And Kenneth, I just want to say, well, Mr. Williams, I'm sorry. I just want to
Means
say,
I'm older.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But you coming here was kind of like me as a younger man. Though I was your supervisor, it was kind of like a father-son relationship. You know, you've taught me a lot. You taught me how if I couldn't get it done this way, I can go about doing it this way. And it ain't always the best approach to run through the wall. So I appreciate, you know, how you came and I seen how you stood and protected your staff, even when it's uncomfortable. And it's not easy to protect your staff like that when you have sometimes opposition. And you done a good job at that. And I think your character and who you showed, who you were, and what you brought to this city was tremendous. It was an article done, and it didn't put what I said, so I want to say it. Like, I think oftentimes people get caught up in you don't want to bring people from the outside into your community, but the reality is if you don't get exposure from a wide perspective of outlooks, you don't know what your community may be missing. And some of the things that you brought with diversity in our department heads, we have more females, we have more minorities. You've done a good job making our leadership look similar to what our community impacts. Strategic planning, these are things we talked about for some time, but now they're actually implemented on paper and we have a guideline and document to go off of. But just your steady, calm leadership, I respect that and I support it. And just the mentality of this is the direction the council wants to go in, and this is what we're gonna do. So I just want to let you know publicly, I appreciated you, and you know I think you've done a hell of a job. So I wanted to tell you publicly in front of everybody. And Chris, I can't wait. Let's get to work. I'm gonna work you for these 8 months.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Williams?
Yeah, thank you to all the applicants and to Assistant City Manager Boone. We're excited to work with you and look forward to it.
Councilwoman?
Well, you know, I'm the fun one. So, congratulations to you for putting yourself out there, and I'm praying for you. And I'm praying for the city of Beaumont. Luckily, you already know the group, and so I know that you're ready. I'm pretty sure you already know that you need some thick skin, and you better be tough as nails. So God bless you, and God bless the city of Beaumont. And to the applicants that applied, it's going to be okay. All is well, and good things are coming your way.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Crenshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to build on what Councilwoman Sherwood said, I think this is great for Beaumont. And here's why. From the beginning, it was my goal. I know it was the mayor's goal, and I know it was likely the goal of many on this council, that the decision today would be unanimous, because that is a positive thing for our city to see. And I really do anticipate that is going to be the result today. And that type of unity in decisions like this that can be so controversial, I think is extremely positive. I also would like to echo the comments made by Mayor Pro Tem Turner about Mr. Williams. I know you and I maybe started off rocky, but we've had a great working relationship. We've gotten some things done. And there was some controversy, I know at the beginning with your contract, and it's just so positive to see how this process has all come about. The current contract that I anticipate we're about to approve is a reduction in the city manager's salary from a current base salary of around $275 to $245. So that's a $30,000 savings for taxpayers. And I get the final dollars aren't the most important thing, but it is something that a lot of taxpayers are concerned about when they look at city budgets and what's going on with their tax dollars being spent. So there's all kinds of positive things coming out of this today, and I just want to say thank you to my fellow council members for getting this done, and to Mr. Boone and his wife Rebecca. We really appreciate you guys stepping up and taking on this role and helping us move Beaumont forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And with that, I certainly echo what has been said, and grateful for all the applicants that we had, and appreciate their desire to serve. And Assistant City Manager Boone, I know that you've been waiting for this vote. So with that, I would like to now say all those in favor of approving item number 1, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Congratulations. And I'm going to give you a chance to say something now. We are going to allow Chris to step out as we continue the meeting, because I understand the press would like to get some for tonight, but for everybody else that's in here, if you'd like to address.
Yes, sir. I know we have a long agenda, Mayor, so I will be very, very brief, probably much less than 3 minutes, Tina. So, no, I just want to say I'm honored, I'm humbled, grateful, the trust you put in me to be our next city manager. I look forward to continuing our work, focusing on our priorities. I want to echo what was said here earlier. It can be a difficult process, and so I want to thank the other applicants who step forward. It can be difficult at times, but I think it's a reflection of the caliber of staff that we have, that they're willing to do that in their care for this city. So, and then finally, I just want to say thank you to the city employees, because through the process, I've gotten a lot of support. I've had the good fortune of working with many of them for nearly 2 decades, and I look forward to, at the end of the day, continuing to support them, appreciate them, and carry out the mission of the city, which is to basically carry out the will and the wishes of the council, but ultimately serve the citizens of Beaumont. So I'm looking forward to it, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
And if y'all are interested, he will be able to step outside with y'all. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Council consider resolution authorizing the city manager to award a contract to BDS Constructors, LLC, doing business as MK Constructors of Vider, Texas, for the Wall and Avenue C Lift Station Rehabilitation Rebid Project. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 2? There is a motion and a second for item number 2. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 3, please?
Council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 2 to the contract with BDS Constructors, LLC, doing business as MK Constructors for the citywide ditching program, phase 3, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 3? There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 3. Is there any discussion? Councilman Turner.
Just out of curiosity, I know it was some issues with the branches, grading or whatever. Have we kind of looked at things that we can do? Is it something that we address? Is this even relatable to the last time with the ditching program with the branch or whatever the citizen came up here and kind of complained about and the contractor moved on and it was just there?
Yeah, we have addressed that issue, and we've talked to the contractor about how they are leaving the ditch and the driveway culverts while we wait for the city crews to come through and clean the driveway culverts that are not getting reset. So we've worked through those issues, but if at any time any citizen is unsatisfied, dissatisfied, please call 311 and they will route the call to us and we'll be happy to address it.
Thank you. I'm glad. I just wanted on the record that we did address it, so I appreciate you, Ms. Molly.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any? All right, with that, all those in favor of approving item number 3, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 4, please?
Yes. Council, consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 2, accept maintenance and authorize final payment to Structure Guard LLC for the Cattail Marsh Wetlands Outfall Piling Rehabilitation Project, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 4?
Move to approve.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 4. Is there any questions? All those in favor of approving item number 4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 5, please?
Council, consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 2 to the contract with Black Star Diversified Enterprises LLC of New Orleans, Louisiana for the wastewater treatment plant power distribution switchgear building pre-purchase project, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 5? There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 5. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 5, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 6, please?
Authorize the city manager to execute all documents related to NAS agreement for the Baptist Hospital Behavioral Health Facility redevelopment and expansion project at 3250 Fannin Street, including applicable building fee waivers and incentives. And it comes with the recommendation of approval.
Is there a motion for item number 6?
Second.
Got a tie for first and second. Is there any discussion for item number 6? Councilman Crenshaw, did you turn your mic on?
Yes, yeah, thank you, sir. Okay. I'm just trying to get some clarification here. Isn't this hospital being built with state funds? So the entire 50 million is coming from the state of Texas?
I think we have representatives from Baptist that can come, might be able to answer that question as well.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
This is the money that you saw that Dave Phelan was able to bring through legislation. Yes, sir.
Yes. And first of all, so many problems that we are faced with now in society have a mental health cause. And so this is an incredible project, and I definitely want to do whatever I can to make that project successful. In waiving these building fee, in the building fee waivers, is it my understanding that this is about $300,000 estimated in value?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that money would be paid by the 50 million already authorized by the legislature to be paid?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so this is not money that's coming straight from Baptist. This is money that's already been allocated through state tax dollars.
That's correct. The money would be allocated directly into the project.
Okay. And I'm all for doing what we can do to make this project successful. I am a little concerned that we would give basically $300,000 in waivers, and that money's already been appropriated and approved by the legislature. And then that money then has to come, you know, from other taxpayers that would be, residents and small businesses. So I'm in favor of this if this helps make this project successful. I do have some concern that it would be the entire 300,000 would be waived. And I guess my question is this what we're voting on here? Does this just we're voting to waive the $300,000 completely, or are we just voting to allow the city manager to negotiate a contract where there would be a partial waiver?
The attached agreement is for all waive fees. If council wanted to modify that, this would be the time to do that.
All right, so just as a point of order, then if I wanted to make this a partial waiver, we would need to modify that now. And what would the language look like? It would say authorize the city manager to
Nope, so this resolution actually incorporates the NES agreement. So by approving the resolution, you approve the NES agreement as written. So if you wanted to make a change to the NES agreement, you would actually have to, on the record, state what you'd like to change it to. Currently, it proposes to waive all fees. So you would have to say, propose that the contract be amended to waive partial fees in an amount not to exceed, or waive 50% of the fees, or waive 75% of the fees. You'd have to say, because right now the contract is drafted for 100% waiver.
Okay.
Can I add something for clarity too, just to make sure we completely understand, and you may. So basically with this, we're in the process of the project where there's still scope design. We're very, very close to it. So the funds here directly would impact what is done within the project. So it would further benefit the patients, the patient environment, more patient environment, not just the new build, but the renovation of the old facility. We're renovating about 60,000 square feet. The building's 100,000. So this money would directly be applied to additional scope that we would be able to do for the patient population.
So basically what you're saying is if whatever we save you here, you're going to be able to spend on other parts of the project.
Correct.
Okay, I get that. I think then my motion then is to amend this to allow a partial waiver up to 50%.
Real quick, I wanted to reflect accurately. The total permit fee is $356,612.95. I want it to be accurate.
Thank you for that. So basically we're looking at about $175,000 cost savings.
So this would
Let me-
require,
If you don't mind, let me highlight this. The purpose of the incentives obviously is to try to attract projects, but also job creation. So there are some jobs that are coming out of this. So you're looking at different aspects of the economy that would benefit. I just want to give you that food for thought as you guys make your next decision.
okay. Do we need to vote on that before we carry on the discussions? Madam City Attorney?
So I believe there's a motion and a second on the record, and there's been a discussion to add 50% pursuant to council's rules. It doesn't require a second.
Okay.
So you can vote on that motion, or the original motion can be amended to include that.
Well, we'll continue the discussion and determine if that's what we want to do. So Councilman Hilliard, I know, had a comment.
I just want to say thank you for taking a chance on Beaumont. It's something that we've needed, you know. I would like to believe that all of us are of sound mind, but sometimes we need a little help when life throws us a curveball. You know, I don't know, I know a lot of us grew up here, and I remember MASH and what a terrible place it was, and what y'all have done to revitalize and to grow. And if I'm not mistaken, you're going to create, what, 127 jobs?
Garrett? Yes, sir. We're going to create 120 direct care jobs. So any other ancillary jobs, obviously we'll have more physicians that are needed. We'll have more dietary workers are needed, but right at our building, we're going to have 120 plus jobs for that. And to speak just a little bit about, you know, the way the funds are. So we were appropriated a certain amount of money, and within those dollars, we can have to do everything that we can to do as much as we can in the project. So we're talking about things like maybe making a better play area for our kids, enhancing the lighting in the building. And so while it may seem like that $300,000 is a lot, when you start looking at what we have to do in our environment, plus to keep things safe, everything has to be ligature existent. These will allow us to really be able to make even more of an impact. We're stretching the dollar as thin as we possibly can to serve as many people as we can. So we'd appreciate any consideration for that.
Right on. And, you know, I think this is a step to say Beaumont's open for business, that we're willing to help and to step out there to fund it and be a part of it. Because, I mean, we're still on the backside. There's still going to be money, property taxes, the new jobs. They're going to spend money in the local economy. And so it's an exciting time. And you know, I know y'all just opened the Cancer Center, which is absolutely amazing. And I commend y'all for what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, how many construction jobs?
Oh, how many? I mean, it's a lot.
I don't have the number, but it's several, so.
So it's going to be a major boost to the economy.
Right. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Turner?
Just, you know, just one of my things, I've always liked to kind of mention it. Most people don't say it, but I don't mind saying it. My concern is, you know, local. Even with construction jobs, I'm just firmly saying I strongly hope we're considering utilizing local contractors right here in the area. I think the talent and skill set is here. And, you know, sometimes when you use local, and also it's been a concern of mine, I like the creation of jobs, but, you know, just some kind of way we can incentivize some residents to actually, you know, live in our community. I know it's a stretch, but anything we can do to incentivize residents actually living within the city of Beaumont, I would be very supportive of that.
Councilwoman?
Working in this industry with mental health, young people, I'm excited about this, and this is near and dear to my heart. So I'm praying for you, and I hope that God blesses this project. Continue doing what you're doing. It is definitely the work of special people. It takes special people to take care of special people.
And again, I want to thank y'all and certainly our state legislature and Speaker Phelan for getting these funds here, but for y'all being qualified and able to use it and providing the services for so long, because our mental health system certainly needs additional improvement where we can get it. And I'm excited about the project, and I think Beaumont will benefit for decades ahead because of it. Any other comments? Councilman Durio.
I just had one question. Going from 100% down to 50%, what effect will that have on the project?
Well, one of the things that we're looking at right now is a lighting improvement. Right now we have, it's dingy, it's old bulb lighting, and being able to control that in our corridors and things. So that's one of the projects that we had on board for that, and that would cover essentially most of that project. Some of the other areas we've been looking at is we were not able, with the money, we weren't able to do a total renovation of the old building, but there's a few key areas we'd like to renovate in our art room and our music room downstairs, which are kind of unique for a hospital our size. We'd like to do some improvements down there, and those funds could go to that. There's quite a few on our alternate list of things we'd like to add as well, but just depending on how the funds go.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So basically, if you're not familiar, that building was built in the 1960s. So as time goes on, it's aged significantly, takes a lot of resources, the original building. So with that said, just from a safety perspective, the money that we put into that building, even when we do it operationally on our own, goes a long ways. But it goes a long ways for impact, but it doesn't go a long ways for square footage. The buildings with anti-ligature and that type of environment's very pricey per square foot, very expensive. So they would be great benefit to the patient care area. I would tell you that.
Any other comments? Okay, so the first, we're going to have since we didn't amend that, we'll just have the vote for doing half the NES, and then we'll have a vote for doing the whole NES.
So the proposal is, the motion was to approve the contract as written, and Councilman Crenshaw has made a secondary motion or made a second to motion to include that the agreement be approved to waive 50% of the fees. That is a that two things need to happen. Either he needs to, because I went back and looked at the rules, either you need to have a vote on that motion with the second, or you can have the original motion amended.
That's what I was going to do. So I was going to.
So if that motion either passes or fails, then you move on to the original motion, but that is what we're looking at right now.
Okay. So the first part's going to be to amend the second one that we will vote on.
No. The first one is to vote on whether or not you want 50% of the fees.
Okay. All right, is everybody clear on that? So we're going to have a vote to determine if we're going to cut the fees in half. All right? Is that sufficient wording?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor of cutting the fees in half signify by saying aye.
Mayor, because this is not an amendment to the original motion, it's an amendment to the agreement, you do need a second.
Okay. So is there a second to cutting the fees in half?
I get a second.
All right, there is a second. So now there is a motion and a second to cut the fees to 1/2. Is there any discussion on that? Councilman Turner.
Just out of curiosity, and I hate to negotiate on the spot like this, but is there any alternative things that you guys can look at to, satisfy some community concern about, waiver of 100% fees or return on investment, maybe a commitment to something within the community we can look at before we make this decision?
I was asking the city attorney if it'll be appropriate if we recommend. I don't know if you guys can come to a conclusion. If you're stuck in a certain place, we can maybe move this to an executive session at a future date to discuss something like that. I think it'd be more appropriate to.
Yeah, I understand where our council is and how community feels about certain things, but I also think we can probably hit a sweet spot that'll be beneficial to everybody before making a decision on the day, if we can kind of negotiate and discuss it in a more closed session.
Okay. So would y'all like to table this and bring it back in 2 weeks and have executive session on it?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
You have a motion and a second.
You have a motion and a second on the floor. So the motion and the second needs to be,
Tabled.
I will withdraw my motion and ask that it be tabled.
so now you still have your original motion and the second on the floor.
I move to withdraw my motion and have it tabled.
So we're there. Anybody out there have any different feelings? Okay, we're good now. All right, so it is tabled. We'll bring it back in 2 weeks.
2 weeks at the next meeting, executive session.
Yes.
And would that put a stifle on the project, just out of curiosity? I don't want to make a decision. Would it impact the project to wait 2 weeks?
An answer is valuable. Obviously, we appreciate anything, but time is important for us, just for the fact that we're in the moment of design and making decisions. So it is valuable to get the information as quick as possible, but we are appreciative.
We can bring it back in 2 weeks and we can have an executive session beforehand if we need to.
Okay.
For the decision. All right. Thank y'all. Now moving on to Item number 7, may we have the reading, please?
Council consider an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 7?
So move to approve.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? We have a motion and a second on item number 7. Is there any discussion or questions? All those in favor of approving item number 7, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 8?
Council to consider an ordinance to deny the rates proposed by CenterPoint Energy 2026 annual GRIP adjustment. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 8?
So move to approve.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 8. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 8, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 9?
Council consider a request for an abandonment to the unimproved Mildred Street right-of-way located at the 60-foot unimproved right-of-way south of 4430 Bob Street and north of 4455 Bob Street and west of 4450 and 4460 Cadillac Lane. And at a joint public hearing held on February 26th, the Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to deny the request. Now, should council approve the request, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, if approved, the applicant shall obtain an appraisal and title search report for the property to be abandoned at their expense. Appraisal and title search report must be submitted to the planning officers along with proof that payment has been arranged prior to the item being placed on the city council agenda. And 2, if approved, a replat is required to combine the two partials fronting the Mildred Street right-of-way to comply with Chapter 26 of the City of Beaumont Code of Ordinances. A complete plat application must be submitted to the planning officers prior to the item being placed on the City Council agenda. The recommendation is denial of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for the denial on item number 9?
I would like to make a motion that we approve the abandonment with the conditions.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion? Councilman Williams?
I mean, do we have anything of why it was 7-0, anything provided in that meeting of?
The applicant or the surrounding neighbors did show up in heavy opposition
They did?
to abandon that area. It would landlock 2 of the properties that are abutting Mildred Street. So that's where that second condition, if approved, would come into effect of requiring a replat so that there's adequate access off of Cadillac Lane.
Councilman Turner?
Can you describe heavy opposition? Like how many people came and spoke?
I believe on this issue, there was 2 to 3, and one was the property owner off of Cadillac Lane that would be ultimately affected by the abandonment of the right-of-way.
And for clarity, if we did vote to approve this, they would still need the approval of the people that said they wouldn't give it.
No, if you approve with conditions, then 1 and 2 on your screen would apply. That second condition, it would not be abandoned until they replat, which would give those properties off Mildred right-of-way the street access off of Cadillac. So that would fulfill Chapter 26 of our ordinances. If you approve it without, then it would be an approved abandonment of a right-of-way.
Well,
if you were to deny, then obviously that would not be abandoned.
I do our best to follow the recommendations, and having been at the meeting, I'm gonna continue, I can't support the approval. So, but
I had another question.
Go ahead.
What is the current condition of the property and how long has it been in that condition?
They're unimproved, so I have to imagine for a long time. I don't have the date in front of me. But both of those properties that are on the Mildred right-of-way are unimproved.
So my concern, if it's been unimproved for a long period of time, and we have somebody that's looking to do it, was it, I've seen in the past with planning and zoning, maybe you give the neighbors an opportunity to talk, have those neighbors actually talk to the developer? Have they had that opportunity to just see if they can come up with something?
I believe they had the opportunity at the Planning Commission, but the conversations from Planning Commission to now, I'm not unaware.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would feel better knowing if the temperature is still the same with it not being developed for a long period of time. You know, at minimum, if there's a reason to know, can we get an understanding of why and what's the plan? The last thing I would like to do is kind of keep undeveloped area that's not being maintained continued in that same structure. That's a pretty nice neighborhood and an older neighborhood in a historic area, and I just want to know if we aren't going to move forward or don't want to, what is the plan going forward with the property owners? I think this is a tough decision to make today with some unknowns. I think we should allow them to talk one more time before we make this decision.
So the reality is that the neighborhood individuals, the citizens aren't required to report back to the city. There was a joint public hearing of council. That was the time for them to kind of express their concerns. Obviously, the applicant can come back and say it's all resolved and we're good, and the citizens or the neighbors in the surrounding area can say not so much. And so it's really hard for us to table it and bring it back and say, you know, we haven't had anything or we've heard this, because you're only going to get one side. There's no requirement in the city's ordinance or in the city's processes for those individuals to have a joint consensus on the property. So the information that was presented at the meeting and the information that's available to council today will probably likely be the same information that's available if we bring this back on April 21st.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to see it brought back with that compliance done. I feel like we would be passing something here that would have, if the current owners don't want to sell their property to him, which is what would be required, or give them to him, then he's not going to be able to act on this anyway. Is that my understanding?
No.
So a replat would combine the two properties. So right now, on the Mildred Street right-of-way, there's two properties that front Mildred Street right-of-way on the north and the south. On Cadillac Lane over here that runs parallel, Cadillac Lane, there's two properties, and those property owners are that abut those two Mildred Street properties. Those are the same owners. So what would have to happen is that those properties would have to be combined to have street frontage towards Cadillac on the south as well. So that replat would have to be done prior to us fully abandoning the request here, if approved with those conditions. If not approved with the conditions, then it would be abandoned today.
And just to clarify, what we're talking about here is undeveloped lots that have been undeveloped for years and years and years. And
Yes, sir.
talking about, if we approve this, it's going to allow someone to make improvements on lots, which will expand the tax base.
So in reality, if the property owners on Mildred Street that had those two lone properties, if they wanted to improve anything on that, they would have to improve the right-of-way to access those, or they would have to replat eventually down the line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ultimately, unless they want to have their property still front that Mildred Street right-of-way, then they would build out that right-of-way to the city standard. And we've not received a permit.
I get you. Councilman Durio?
So I just keep talking about Mildred Street. It's not a street. It's an overgrown grass lot that the city never developed. And the person that's asking for this abandonment, Mr. Prudhomme, he has a house right there behind Mildred Street. He's wanting that abandonment, and he has another lot, and he's wanting to build two houses right there. and develop that area. And Mr. Prudhomme has a history. He's developed other areas and lots in the Pear Orchard area of Ward 4. So he has a history of doing it. He knows everything that needs to be done. And I don't know if it's appropriate, but he's here. I don't know if he can speak or not, but he is here.
I don't think that we can speak.
It's already been heard at a joint public hearing.
Okay, but at the beginning of the meeting, you didn't mention that when you said they couldn't speak. You said 11 through 14. You didn't say 9.
They should be able to speak on the abandonment. It was on the regular portion of the agenda in the Planning Commission, so they should be able to speak on today.
All right. I stand corrected. So is he here? Would you like to come up and address this? All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Michael Prudhomme, and I live at 4430 Bob Street. When I bought all that land, it was all woods. I cleared all that off over the years, built a house there. And Mildred Street, I've been cutting for 25 years. It's just land. So since the commission said no, I just stopped cutting, and it's already over a foot or so tall. Okay, so I own a lot next to that. I was just trying to get to 30 feet to get 2 lots, 50-foot lots to build 2 houses there. As far as access to the property, to the back lots, I can fix it where they can drive through on my side. You know, I still have enough room because I have an acre of land there, which will be a little more if the abandonment go through. So I think it would be nice for the neighborhood. Everybody I talk to would like to see it. And it's affordable housing because it'd be like 1,500 square foot houses running 200-something-thousand. I couldn't build on that one lot. That's why I had it replotted, because the house would have cost too much and nobody would have paid that much. So that's why I need smaller lots to build smaller houses so the people in the area can afford it. So if you do not allow abandonment, it's just gonna sit there and just be grass, which I don't plan on cutting it anymore. Not to be mean, but gas county high, So, I think it would be beneficial to the city because the tax dollars come to the city would be, for 2 houses, would be $12,000 a year at least. The permits would run $5,000-6,000 each house, so it'll benefit everybody. And the 2 back lots, the people own the houses behind them, and nobody live in the houses. The people are deceased, and if they needed to get to those back lots, they can come through Cadillac and get to them very easy. So I don't think it's something that we should deny. I think it would be better to do it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Durio.
Mr. Prudhomme, would you, if that was approved, would you be able to complete the 2 conditions?
Yes, I could. Yes, that's what I do. I build houses,
What, and I don't mean to be messy or petty, what is the issue of why this have not been able to go forward without coming to council?
But when I had that land replotted, they had people come down here didn't want it replotted. So I apparently passed the replotted, and I built a house on one of the lots right there, which someone lives in right now. So I really don't know. They said because they couldn't drive to the back of their property. Well, nobody's driving back there because nobody lives there. I live right next door, so ain't nobody drove down that road in probably a year. It's not a road, but y'all call it a road.
Councilman Turner?
Is there any way with the plot or with the land that a condition can be met that they still can have a lane to drive and get access to their property? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I offered them to sell the land and do the abandonment themselves. They refused to buy it. And I was going to sell it to them cheap, I mean, just to get it replotted. Because if I build a house there and leave that road there, then you're going to have 2 privacy fences, but anybody can drive through there and pull behind the fence. And there's no telling what can happen, for safety reasons, That's very dangerous. Because in the past, I had to call the police, so a car left back there. Somebody drove a car back there and just left it. So they came got it. I don't know if it was stolen or what. You never find out. But I think it would be. I can do that. But like I say, nobody drives through there. So but I can't make it where they can. They can come through my property. I have a big enough yard to have a double fence there. And I think that solved the problem.
Would that be a condition that you would be willing to meet if we move forward with this?
Sure I will. I mean, because I know all the people that live there. I grew up in that neighborhood, from a child, so I know the people, the Harpers, I know all of them. Like I say, they're all deceased now, so they're just empty houses, So if they did sell it and it's there and then somebody moved there and all of a sudden you got 15 cars parked back there, it's just not going to work out.
Real quick, I want to understand. So right now, the abandonment is for the full width of the Mildred Street right-of-way.
Yes.
There's two properties that abut that, as we said, and then there's yours that are at the front of that,
Yes.
right? If you're going to improve and put two homes back here, I'm assuming you bought the land, but put two homes back here, then you wouldn't. Are you going to do like a mother-in-law suite to your primary home off of Bob, or are you wanting to, and I hate to do it here and I'm sorry, but are you wanting to improve off of Bob Street, or are you wanting to improve them as single-family homes?
Yeah, single-family homes. I have to apply for another address because I have
And
4455.
if that's the case, then an abandonment wouldn't be necessary if you owned that, because you would have to build out right away to serve those two properties that are back there. So the only reason that the abandonment would be applicable in this case would be if those property owners remain the property owners of those landlocked parcels back there. But the abandonment would not necessarily, that wouldn't help you with your construction of single-family homes back
Yes,
there.
it would, because when you're a 60-foot road, I would get 30 feet and the other side would get 30 feet. The lot I own on the other side is 70 feet wide, so that make it 100 feet wide. So I have 4455, so I have to apply for a new address, which would probably be 4445 or something like that. So I have place to build two homes.
And I think that's where I was asking is, so you have the two properties off of Bob.
Right.
There's the right-of-way that goes through, right? And you have larger properties over here.
Right.
So the right-of-way comes through, that's Mildred. There's two landlocked parcels back here.
Yes.
And then there's private property right here abutting Cadillac. So these two lone properties are abutting Mildred Street right-of-way.
Right.
Yeah, my
So
property and that property.
and I think that they're the property owners, unless that's changed in the last month, which it could, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The two property owners of those are off of Cadillac Lane, so
Yes.
that replat would need to happen this way. If you were to own those properties to improve on them, then you would still need this Mildred Street right away, unless you're trying to do a mother-in-law suite to your primary or.
No. If I did get those other two properties, I'll just make it part of the houses I build backyard.
Okay.
And in my backyard. But it's not gonna be feasible for a road to ever go through there, because you're talking about $300,000 to $500,000 to put a road through there for one or two houses on one lot. There's nobody gonna do that. So it's never gonna be a road there regardless. So it's just gonna be abandoned land that's gonna be sitting there grassed up until y'all cut it every 2 months or so.
Yeah, and it is on our rotation, but I
Yes.
believe that it gets complianced out.
Yes.
Because you cut it.
Yeah, I've been cutting it 25 years. I mean, I don't get no, and I cleared all the trees out.
Yes,
So nobody drove through there when I first bought it. It was just a wooded lot.
Yeah, and just so to have it clear, planning staff recommended with those conditions. Planning commission heard opposition, they recommended denial, and so now we're here presently.
Now, both those lots, though, they don't both face Bob. Only one of them faces Bob. They both face Mildred, which really isn't a road, right?
Really in the road. Yeah, it was a cul-de-sac meant to have houses all the way through. It was 5 lots. So I own 4 on each side. So I don't own the 2 back lots. I would love to buy them, but the owner don't want to sell it to me. And I offered to sell them the land I own before we can have this abandonment, and they can have it. It'd be fine. I'm just trying to solve the fact of the road that's sitting there grassed up. That's gonna be that way. Like I said, I hadn't cut it in over a month, and it's already over a foot tall. It's getting thicker. And part of my fence is on that road, and I got a letter from the city saying, move your fence. So that's another 15 feet y'all gonna have to cut. Plus my okra garden right there, my oak tree, corn trees. I lose all that, And, that'd be hurtful, but that happens. I think I plan on moving, building me another house. I think I will. That's what's gonna happen. And just leave it that way. And I don't think that's what we should do.
So the replat would require, I'm just seeing how this would work without their agreement. I'm, from our planning and zoning meeting, I'm not tracking this, and maybe it's just, I'm missing a component. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have access to the
Their
property.
house is, their lot is behind their house, so they already have access to it. They live on Cadillac, which nobody lives there, but they can walk out in their backyard and be on their lot, on each side, which nobody live on each side. The people on the house, the lot behind my house live in Houston. They're never coming back here. Their father died 6 months ago. The house been empty ever since, you know? And Mr. Harper died, and that house is empty, you know? They got access to that. But I'm saying I can fix it to where if somebody had to come through there, they can drive through my lot and access their property if they wanted to do that, with no problem.
Councilman Turner?
So Mayor, that was my question. Would it, and maybe staff can help direct me, would it be inappropriate to make that a condition that we add that it could be fixed since he's admitting that he can, that they can have access and drive through his lot if necessary? Even though it's approved, they still would have access to drive through to get to where they want to go if they need to.
No.
Is that appropriate or no?
No, you can't require conditions on private property.
Well, I think in the end, they're gonna sell me the property because they have no use for it. You know, it's,
So the conditions that were proposed by staff would address the concern that you're having. Those will address it, but you can't, as a condition of his plat, because he already owns that property, right? Make this a condition of that. So the conditions that were placed are placed on the properties that are at issue, and they will address those concerns.
So the way it's worded would basically address what I'm asking about. Got you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to verify. So does this allow him to build his two properties with
Yes.
access to whomever or
Yes.
whatever without impeding on the other
Yes.
people's stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Let's
All right, any other questions? All right, so we're going to go back to item number 9. It's been moved and seconded to approve what was suggested to
With
not
conditions.
approve,
With conditions.
with conditions.
Conditions.
All right. All those in favor of the amended,
No, it's just the motion. The motion on the floor is to approve with the conditions. It was properly seconded, so the motion would be to approve the motion with conditions. All in favor?
So we're voting to approve the abandonment with the two conditions.
Yep.
yes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, I'm opposed, so motion passes.
okay.
If you go to the second floor, planning will help you.
Need this back?
That's mine.
Okay.
City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 10, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Council consider a request for an abandonment of a 60-foot utility easement located at 924 Iowa Avenue with the following condition. Lamar University shall be responsible for abandoning the existing sanitary sewer line by filling with flowable fill.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 10. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 10, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 11?
Council consider a request for a specific use permit to allow a nail salon within a GCMD2, which is a general commercial multiple family dwelling 2 district for property located at 4515 North Major Drive. And at a joint public hearing held on February 23rd, 2026, the Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to approve with the following conditions. One, shall obtain all applicable permits and inspections through the Building Codes Department. And two, construction plans must meet all requirements by water utilities for water and sanitary sewer services, including requirements of the city backflow pretreatment and our fall program.
Is there a motion for item number 11? There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 11. Is there any discussion?
That's right almost at the intersection of Northwest Parkway and Major, on the opposite side.
That new little strip center that's built.
No,
Across the street,
right across the way from it.
facing north.
Okay, so it's,
It's in the news.
so it's between Folsom and Delaware?
Go down.
No, Folsom and Major.
Further north.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Here-
Folsom and 105.
Northwest Parkway.
I'm just trying to, is this Ward 1?
Yes.
It's south of Breakwater Bay Apartments.
I think this is Ward 1. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're
All right, is there any other discussion? Any other questions on item number 11? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 12?
Council consider a request for a rezoning from RMH Residential Multiple Family Highest Density District to GCMD General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling District and GCMD 2 General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling 2 districts for property located at approximately 46.7 acres west and south of 4195 Milam Street. And the joint public hearing of the Planning Commission recommended 7-0 to deny the request for rezoning, and the recommendation is denial of the ordinance.
All right, is there a motion for item number 12?
So I'd like to make a motion to deny the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion and a second for the denial, which was presented. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor of denying, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 13, please?
Council consider a request for a rezoning from an RS Residential Single Family Dwelling District and GCMD General Commercial Multiple Family Dwelling District to LI Light Industrial District for properties located at 7385 and 7495 Fournette Road, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 13?
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 13. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item 13, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, would you please take us into the first public hearing?
Council to conduct a public hearing finding and ratifying the determination of the Public Health Director that public health nuisances exist on the property owned by Jaquette Elton Jr. at 4110 Paradise Street with a legal description of J.W. Bullock, Abstract 7, TR 13, Plat B 13, 1/5 acre, and order the owner to abate public health nuisances within 10 days. If the property owner fails to comply within 10 days, staff is requesting city council authorization to abate said property without further notification to the property owner of city council action.
Public hearing is now open. Is anybody signed up to speak?
No, sir.
All right, the public hearing is now closed.
Did you want to hear from Director Coleman?
Yes, I'd love to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have
You
a,
open that public hearing back up, Mayor?
Public hearing is now open.
Thank you.
thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of pictures to show you guys of the property itself. This was referred to Public Health in February of '26. And as you can see, and the inspector has spoken with the person that owns the property several different occasions to try to get them to bring the property into compliance. So, but as you can see, the property is still out of compliance.
Okay, any questions? Yes, Councilman Durio.
You go back to that last picture. So I received a call on this, and at one time, somebody was living in that car, and you see those 5-gallon
Yes.
gold buckets. Can you imagine what's in there? Okay.
Yeah.
So is somebody still living in that car? I passed by there the other day, and they had somebody.
Yes, according to the inspector, yes, someone's living in the car.
So if we have to do the nuisance ordinance and clean this up, we're gonna take the car too?
Yes.
That creates a different legal battle because it's a home. So we'll have to go through a different procedure for that. It's on the property, it's a health thing, but in terms of like taking the car, we would have to disclose that is that someone is living there and give them an opportunity to have it removed themselves. Because you just have to follow a different standard of rules for that. It's the same process, we'll be in the same court.
How long though does that start
So,
this over? Does that start
no,
this
so
over?
council gives this, the decision that council makes today for approval, if you decide this is a nuisance, allows the person or gives the person 10 days to abate the problem. That then becomes at the discretion of the health director if they're making progress, whether or not we pursue legal action, because what you also do is empower him to now work with my office to say, look, it's not in compliance and we would like to file charges. And it doesn't go back to council for that. And so then once we file charges, the legal proceedings begin. And at that point, it's just a matter of how long it takes to get on the docket.
Any other questions?
Do we know what's in the blue drum and the
I don't,
buckets?
you don't want to know.
That
You don't-
gasoline?
No, sir.
It's not gasoline?
No, sir.
Do we know what's in the blue drum?
No,
Everybody
sir.
look?
Well, I know what's in the other buckets,
We don't
but
want to talk about
yeah,
it.
yes,
Oh.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Had calls from the lady that lived next door. That's why I kind of knew in advance what was in those buckets.
All right. I feel like we know where this is going. Is there any other discussion? All right, thank you, Mr. Coleman. May we have the reading of agenda item 14?
Let's go ahead and close that public hearing.
We're going to close the public hearing again.
Council
Public
to,
hearing's closed.
ready for 14.
Yeah.
Council to consider an ordinance finding and ratifying the determination of the public health director that public health nuisances exist on the property owned by Jaquette Elton Jr. at 4110 Paradise Street with a legal description of J.W. Bullock, abstract 7, Terra 13, plat B13, 1/5 acre, and order the owner to abate public health nuisances within 10 days. If the property owner fails to comply within 10 days, staff is requesting city council authorization to abate said property without further notification to the property owner of city council action. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 14?
Make a motion, we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve item number 14. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 14, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, would you take us into the next public hearing?
Council to conduct a public hearing to receive comments on the 2026 Annual Action Plan and preliminary consolidated budget. Council to conduct a public hearing to hear applicant request for funding from the 2026 hotel occupancy tax.
It's two separate public. So we're gonna do,
Okay, I thought so.
we're gonna do the one first.
Okay, I thought so.
Okay, slow down.
Yeah, you're gonna do that to me. Okay.
It's the annual action plan.
It's the annual action plan. And I hope I don't have to read it over.
All right, so we're moving into the public hearing on the annual action plan and preliminary consolidated budget. So
Jess Prince would like to come up before
And
we
begin. Sure.
start hearing from citizens.
Good afternoon. Do you have the budget slide? You have the budget slide? The budget slide? So it's okay. Our annual action plan is something that we submit to HUD each year, and it outlines how our community is going to use the CDBG and home funds that we receive through the entitlement formula grants. We submit our plan to HUD every May, and we're required to have a series of public hearings. So quickly, I just wanted to show you, there will be no vote on this until later in May when we have our actual annual allocation, but these line items on the budget that you see are the typical activities that these funds will support. So clearance and demolition of unsafe structures in low-income census tracts throughout the city. We set aside some special project funding for public facility improvements. We have our owner-occupied minor repair program, which is very popular and has an extensive wait list. We also have the CDBG admin. And so these are the activities that we will be submitting for our 2026 plan. However, the dollar amounts you see before you are our current 2025 allocation. In the past 5 years, we've received slight deductions on both of these funds, and so we anticipate that again, but we do not have our formula grant yet. We will probably get that this month, and this will come back for formal adoption in May. For our home funds, the activities that are outlined for those funds are our Choto project, which is for the development of affordable housing. And we also use part of our entitlement funds for our first-time home buyer program, and that provides closing cost assistance to eligible first-time buyers. So these activities, again, are what will be proposed, but the dollar amounts will fluctuate slightly. Thank you.
At this time, are we opening the public hearing?
Public hearing is already open. Mayor, you just need to ask if there are any citizens who'd like to speak. No, it was open. Yeah, he opened it. He opened it after the mayor did it. It's open.
Okay.
Okay. Well, 3:50, I think he opened it at 3:14 when she began speaking. It's good.
Is there any citizens that would like to speak?
Yes, sir. Jancy Kimball with 4590 Concord, Beaumont, Texas, with Nutrition and Services for Seniors.
Hello, everybody. We are going to talk about our seniors right now, and they are going to be passing out packets to you, and in the packet is a flyer that talks about our whole program. We are all about whole life enhancement for our seniors, and it talks about our mission, it talks about our transportation, and it talks about incentives that we have that we provide for our homebound citizens. But the program that I wanted to discuss today is our Meals on Wheels program, which is our largest. And our Meals on Wheels program, Monday through Friday, any day of the week, you will see us out delivering up to 1,500 meals a day that we cook there in our kitchen on Concord that morning. And they are hot noon meals for homebound seniors that otherwise would not have a meal. The delivery is by volunteers and staff drivers. And we train this delivery team to spot changes in condition and elder abuse, because we realize that so many times we are the only cavalry that these seniors may have. Income is not a criteria for our program, although many of our clients are at or below the poverty level. And we also realize the sad fact that the meal that we give them may be the only meal that they eat that day. And also the person that's delivering it may be the only human interaction that they get throughout that day. And so what we do is so, so important. Our funds have been cut drastically from where we were even from pre-COVID. And we are starting a wait list, which makes me sick. I think that we need to honor these people that have gone before us, because every one of us here today is where we are and who we are because of the people that we serve. And it is up to us to continue to take care of them. We have asked for a grant that will strengthen our infrastructure, thus freeing up funds to put directly towards our meal program so that we can directly impact everyone that needs our help. Currently, we only touch about 4% of the senior population throughout our service area, and we need to grow that, and we need to do better, and we need to give back to them. I appreciate everything that you guys do and everything that you're doing to create a stronger Beaumont, but please remember our seniors. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Holly Peterson, 700 North Street, Beaumont, Texas, United Way of Beaumont.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Good to be with you. I'm Holly Peterson. I am the Marketing and Events Manager for the United Way of Beaumont. Our organization is really grateful for the opportunity to apply for these funds from the Community Development Block Grant to support essential operating expenses, specifically occupancy and insurance. These are not just line items, they represent the foundation that allows us to do our work effectively and responsibly. And our work is this. So the United Way of Beaumont is a local community impact organization. We identify Beaumont's most pressing needs, invest in trusted nonprofit partners, and lead initiatives that create measurable, lasting change. Today, we are funding 35 programs across 19 local organizations, addressing community resiliency, youth opportunity, health, and financial stability. And I don't have to tell you that the needs are rapidly growing. We have people that call our office every single day in crisis. We are currently in the middle of our grant funding cycle, and we normally have a predictable amount of applicants. We've had 6 new applicants this year that are totaling more than $123,000 in requests. And that's the highest that we've had in recent years. These requests represent the growing number of families facing extreme hardships and a widening gap in available services. To further bridge the disparities between access and opportunity, we also lead citywide initiatives like Day of Caring, which we just had, Hope for the Holidays, and our BISD book vending machine project. Each one is designed to meet people where they are and create pathways to greater stability. What makes our investment especially powerful is that when we hold our partners and ourselves to the highest standards of accountability, and because of this discipline, 90 cents, approximately 90 cents of every dollar that's entrusted to us is reinvested into Beaumont. Every dollar matters, and right now our community needs every dollar to stretch further and work harder. And by covering these foundational costs, this grant will allow us to do just that. Your support will allow us to direct more resources to the nonprofits we sustain, the programs we sustain, and to reach more families in need. This is not just an investment in one organization, it's an investment in a stronger, more connected, and more resilient Beaumont. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We really, truly appreciate it.
And Vivian Ballou, 3838 Shandell, Port Arthur, Texas, Legacy CDC.
Good afternoon. I'm Vivian Ballou. I'm the Executive Director of Legacy CDC. We're officed at 700 North Street here at the Foundation Building downtown. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Legacy CDC is a HUD-certified housing counseling agency that is committed to expanding access to homeownership for all families. Over the past 15 years, Legacy has served the Beaumont community with financial counseling and homeownership opportunities. Legacy has provided housing counseling services to over 2,700 families. We have constructed over 35 new homes and acquired and renovated 60 existing homes, successfully helping families throughout the county build stability and generational wealth. We are requesting CDBG funding to support the operation and delivery of homeownership programs here in Beaumont. The CDBG funds will be used to support program staff, occupancy-related costs such as rent and insurance, and the infrastructure required to deliver services to Beaumont residents. Through this program, Legacy provides homebuyer education and one-on-one counseling with HUD-certified housing counselors at no charge to participants, income qualification and screening, credit repair, application packaging, lender coordination, and loan pre-approval, ongoing support through closing and post-purchase stability. Legacy's homebuyer certification course is HUD required for homebuyers who tap into the city's down payment assistance program, so our programs sort of work hand in hand. This funding enables Legacy to maintain the capacity to move families from interest to readiness to closing. With this investment, the City of Beaumont will support to sustain a program that directly serves low to moderate income residents, support successful home purchases and long-term housing stability, leverage additional development and housing investments, and strengthen neighborhoods through increased homeownership. Legacy has the experience and track record to ensure that the funds are used appropriately and generate measurable outcomes. We respectfully ask you to support our request and appreciate your continued partnership with our organization for the expansion of homeownership opportunities in the City of Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bettina J. Evans, 9280 Glen Lane, Beaumont, Texas, Texas Christian Professional Women's Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing today? My name is Bettina Evans. I do represent Texas Christian Professional Women's Network, and our organization is offering hope to our community through empowerment workshops. We're here to educate and empower and offer economic advancement to young ladies who are phasing out of foster care. Our community empowerment workshops, we want to provide to the community first to see if there's really a great need for it. Our program purpose is the Hope 3D Community Education and Empowerment Workshop will break barriers to economic self-sufficiency, education access, and workforce participation here in the City of Beaumont. We're looking to serve the residents of Beaumont who are low to moderate income individuals and their families, also to adults and families seeking growth opportunities. Our workshop series is expected to convene this summer starting in June of 2026 and go through the fall of 2026. We hope to offer professional development and career readiness, resume writing and interview skills, college and preparation and application process, scholarship resources to those students in those communities, and also post-secondary success strategies. We are also wanting to offer economic and financial literacy, budgeting and money management, community book self-publishing, as well with writing and storytelling skills. Our program details, we plan to offer this in our community centers and neighborhood facilities, and it would be no cost to participants. So our commitment is to offer certified instructors as well as bilingual support with hands-on learning. So thank you all for your consideration of the Community Development Block Grant. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Trina Frazier, 3350 McFadden, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the executive director and founder of the Pop Psych Foundation, a mental health wellness initiative focused on increasing access to care through education, prevention, and affordable services. So Pop Psych operates from the understanding that mental wellness is multifaceted. It includes physical health, emotional support, education, and community connection. Our work is centered on reducing barriers by bringing these resources together in ways that are accessible and culturally responsive. One of the things that we're wanting to to host as a wellness fair, so I'll give you a brief overview. The primary use for the funds that we are asking for is for us to actually have our first Pop Site Community Wellness Fair. This is a collaborative event where multiple vendors connected with mental wellness come together in one space, including everything from personal trainers, nurse practitioners, clinics, yoga instructors, herbalists, you name it, just all across the board, wellness professionals, all in one space. Importantly, this is not a concept that this is not a concept that we're still like building upon. Like I've already established connections with vendors that are ready and willing to participate across our city. We already have a network that we started developing with therapists in the community as well. And so the whole point is for us to get the funds to actually host it. And this will allow us to actually move forward because we've already done the planning. We just need to get to the implementation. The goal of the fair is to normalize mental wellness, to reduce the stigma, and to give residents direct access to education resources and referrals in a welcoming, non-clinical environment. A lot of people probably won't make it to the couch. I am a therapist in the community, so we have to leave outside of our offices and help people where they are. And so when we have community events, you have a lot more people that may be able to participate and benefit without them having to necessarily step into the office. But we do want them to make it to the office if they can. And so we also have a program where we will be providing EAP-style services for individuals who need support as well. So we are working to fund those therapy sessions if they actually do make it to the office. The whole thing is we want to make sure that we're connecting individuals to the care. So PopPsych is the bridge, literally. So there's the need and then there's the access to care. And we're just wanting to be the bridge that helps them to find those services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Jeans, 2509 Cable, Beaumont, Texas, with the House Center.
Good afternoon. Mr. Williams, thank you for your service to the city, and may travel in your retirement well. Chris, congratulations. City Council, we have some new members may not know about the House Center. We've been on Beaumont's north corner in Beaumont off of Magnolia for 34 plus years. Stands for honesty, open-minded, and willingness, the three essentials for recovery. We've helped thousands of men over the last 34 years. We transformed over the last 34 years into a network type deal to where our phones are answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Someone reaching out for help is usually not 9 to 5 in the morning. It's usually 5 to 9 at night. And we've been able to help a lot of different people. Never will we take God's blessing. It's all about God. We give the glory to God. We just try to stay out of his way and do what he wants us to do. We've had a great partnership with the city of Beaumont. I think we've been excellent stewards with not only the monies, but how we handle ourselves in society, and not only locally, but state levels and the federal levels. We're proud of what we try to do. We currently have 58 individuals that would otherwise be homeless or unhoused at our facility. Last year, we had 19 that came off the street, got back on their feet in their own place. This year, we have 6 already for the first quarter. We're pretty proud of that because that is what the goal is. We're asking CDBG funding to replace 2 roofs on the amount of funds that we have listed there. Some people might think that would be for 1 roof, but it's actually for 2 roofs. Because of who we've helped in the past and contractors that have come through the House Center that are now stable. They usually come out and give us pretty good bids, and we're trying to ask help and anything you can do to help us replace those 2 roofs. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dina Hughes, 2010 Sarah Street, Beaumont, Texas, with TAN Healthcare.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our transportation program with TAN. My name is Dina Hughes, and I am the CEO for the organization. And I'll start out by saying this. I know when you see a community health center come forward, you often don't think, why are they talking about transportation? But the answer is quite simple. Transportation determines whether our patients can receive care at all. TAN serves low to moderate income individuals, residents and families across Beaumont, many whom are ready for care but don't necessarily have a reliable way to get to their appointments. And that challenge becomes even greater when patients need specialty care such as rheumatology, pulmonology, cardiology, all the ologies. While Beaumont has strong primary care resources, many of our patients must travel to Houston or Galveston for specialty services. And sometimes that can be very difficult, especially if you're dealing with transportation issues or you have to get someone to take off of work to transport you to something that could be a day-long appointment. And for many of our patients, these trips are not just difficult, they're absolutely out of reach. So what happens? Appointments get missed, referrals go incomplete, and conditions can worsen. And that's where TAN steps in with a patient-first medical transportation program. Last year, we provided over 900 one-way transportation support, serving more than 300 unduplicated, low to moderate income residents, insured and uninsured, through direct rides, gas assistance, and rideshare support when needed. And still, the demand is often outpacing what we can provide. These CDBG funds will allow us to expand this program, maintain safe and reliable vehicles, and ensure more residents can access both local care and critical specialty services outside of the city or the county. Because access to healthcare shouldn't depend on whether someone has a car or how far they have to travel to get the care that they need. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this very important request for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Jones, 1045 Doucette Avenue, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon again. My name is Christopher Jones, and I'm a part of the greater network that you hear behind me. Of course, I represent the South End Charlton Pollard Greater Historic Community Association, which is Beaumont's own neighborhood association. I'm here today to speak in support of funding priorities that directly impact neighborhood associations like ours. Communities that have remained strong but have also faced long-standing gaps in investments. Our neighborhood association is not lacking in people, commitment, or vision. What we have lack in is consistent, structured support that matches the scale of the need. That is why our work matters. Through our residential weatherization and regeneration efforts, community stabilization initiatives, and now the development of our community garden, we're actively addressing real conditions on the ground, not talking about them, but working on them. Funding connected to the city's annual action plan and related programs present an opportunity to align resources with organizations that are engaged, accountable, and producing results within the community. This is about impact. It's about helping seniors remain in safe and stable homes. It's about supporting families dealing with structural and environmental challenges. And it's about investing in preventive solutions that strengthen neighborhoods before conditions decline further. Our neighborhood association has demonstrated the ability to organize, respond, and deliver with limited resources. What we are seeking now is the support to expand that work in a way that is measurable, compliant, and sustainable. We understand the responsibility that comes with funding. We understand reporting. We understand compliance. We are prepared to meet those expectations fully. So today I encourage this council to prioritize funding decisions that support real on-the-ground impact, especially through neighborhood associations that are trusted and actively serving the community. Strategic investment in neighborhood at the neighborhood level is not optional. It is necessity. We respectfully ask for your support in directing resources where they will produce visible and lasting results. Thank you for your consideration and your time. The South End Neighborhood Association. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Lala Stevens, 3282 College Street, Beaumont, Texas, Baptist Hospitals of Southeast Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate your time. Thank you for spending time listening to us and our needs. Again, I'm Lila Stevens. I'm a licensed master social worker for Baptist Hospitals of Southeast Texas. More specifically, I work for Baptist Smart Health, which is an integrated care clinic. And if you ask what is an integrated care clinic, it's a care clinic where we have social workers such as myself, we have clinical pharmacists, we have nurse practitioners, physicians, residency program for general medicine, and in May, we will also be merging with our psychiatric residency program. So we will be able to serve all persons, especially for mental health in our community, children through adults, where our primary care clinic serves adults. And we're also able to treat anyone with chronic disease management throughout the community, from hypertension, diabetes to HIV, hepatitis C, and anyone needing PrEP or PEP services related to HIV. So we're requesting funds from the CDBG to serve patients to help meet social determinants of health for those persons who are at 80% or below the federal poverty level, who have the potential to become unhoused if they do not receive assistance with utility bills, with rent, or with medication. I'm not sure how familiar you all are, but anyone from our uninsured patients all the way to patients who do have insurance, be it Medicare, Medicaid, or even through the health exchange or the ACA programs, there are people who have to determine whether or not they can afford their medications versus affording transportation or their food or rent. So we are here to help those decisions and be able to give them funding for either utility or rent or medications or a combination of all three. And just to give you a snapshot of for the month of March for our clinic, 40% of our clinic, we served persons who were uninsured, and the other 20% were persons who are underinsured, meaning they have Medicaid or they have the Affordable Exchange Act. And we're able to take anyone, not only who comes from Baptist, from our ER, but throughout the community. And again, with those services, it would be greatly appreciated to receive the grant to be able to continue to assist those neighbors in need and would allow us to continue our mission, which is performing sacred work always. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
D. Richard, 8220 Stacy Court, Beaumont, Texas.
Good evening. I came today in support of an organization, but I didn't come to speak. My name is D. Richard. I am the owner of D. Richard Real Estate. I've been in business now serving the Golden Triangle and beyond since 1980. So selling homes and home ownership is very important to me. That is my heart. I put forth a lot of years now helping the citizens of Beaumont and beyond, trying to get into homes. Owning a home is an American dream, and having that opportunity should be one that everyone should have. I have worked with the first-time home buyers in this area for a long time. And I think that at this point, we need organizations that can help low to moderate income citizens become homeowners. So today I am here in support of Legacy CDC. I ask that they be given an opportunity to get some of the CDBG funding for 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, nobody else was here to sign up? Oh, we got some more. Okay.
Was there anybody else that wanted to speak for this public hearing? What's your name? Okay, it's for the next public hearing coming up. It's for the next public hearing that we're getting ready to open. We'll call you then. Okay, thank you.
Close it,
Moving.
Mayor.
Close it.
Gotta close it.
Closing the first public hearing, and now would you take us into the second public hearing?
Mayor, I'm gonna get you a gavel as a going away gift so you can get their attention.
Yeah, thank you.
Council to conduct a public hearing to hear applicant requests for funding from the 2026 Hotel Occupancy Tax HOT Grant Program for fiscal year 27 funding cycle.
Public hearing is now open.
I think y'all have 6 of these.
Amy and, I don't know if that's Elizabeth, 805 19th Street, Beaumont, Texas. Aim to dance. I'm sorry, what's the first name?
It's Amy Elizabeth.
Okay, Amy Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Elizabeth, and I serve as the Executive Artistic Director for AIM Dance. First, thank you for taking the time to hear from local nonprofits working diligently to support and make Southeast Texas the best place to live and work. AIM Dance is a 501c3 performing arts organization seeking to foster an awareness of and value for dance as a fine art through educational programming, live performances, and professional networking. I'm here today to speak specifically about AIM Dance Summerfest 2027. This is our 7th year of hosting. ADSF brings performers, dance makers, and audiences together for 2 weeks of classes, concerts, and community events in one summer celebration of contemporary dance. Just 2 years ago, the city chose to invest and shifted the trajectory of this event, allowing us the honor of being recognized as a national dance festival. We offer several programs under the umbrella of the festival, including the Emerging Choreographer Fellowship, where we invite 2 young artists to set new works on the company and showcase their very first premiere. Utilizing the funding from the city, our submissions went from approximately 15 per year to 85, and from Texas to over 25 additional states, with 2026 seeing submissions from Canada. The festival concert, a curated performance event, has more than doubled in submissions. In 2026, the festival, being held this July, will showcase artists from Oregon, Ohio, Illinois, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and multiple artists from across the state of Texas. Our internship program inviting students to engage in service learning experiences has become quite competitive, forcing us to develop our program further, but moreover, how we select our students who come. The 2-week summer dance intensive provides dancers 14 years of age and older access to nationally and internationally recognized teaching artists and educators in a multitude of genres and styles not necessarily available to them. And lastly, our audience can enjoy art talks with the visiting artists to get to know them and their work, as well as 2 weekends of professionally produced dance concerts that include all participants. All of the above is possible by the investment of the city and this council. The funds provided with this opportunity allow us the opportunity to collaborate with local production and marketing companies, as well as pour into local tourism industry. ADSF isn't just a festival, it directly represents dance and the arts and culture scene available in Southeast Texas on a national scale. We look forward to continuing a partnership not only with the city, but local businesses and establishments as the festival continues to grow in exposure and attendance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Noel Miriam, 500 Main Street, Beaumont, Texas, Art Museum of Southeast Texas.
Hello, I'm Noelle Miriam, the new Executive Director at the Art Museum of Southeast Texas. Very happy to be here with y'all today to talk about the presentation and promotion of 4 exhibitions with the support of the 26-27 HOT grant funds. Our fall exhibition will open during Hispanic Heritage Month on October 9th and run through January 3rd with a retrospective of photographer Delilah Montoya's artwork. She's a nationally recognized Chicana artist and a retired professor emeritus at the University of Houston. Our 2 spring exhibitions are The New American West by Brush and by Bronze, showcasing colorful paintings of Big Bend by Kathleen Frank paired with bronze sculptures of horses and birds by Mark Harris, inspired by his travels through Big Bend and the Texas Hill Country on horseback. We will also present Gifts of the Earth, an exhibition of flora and fauna artwork from our permanent collection, including the work of popular artists such as John Alexander and Julian Onderdonk. The winter shows will run January 29th through May 16th of 2027. Our summer exhibition, Echoes of Origin, honors our roots and our 75th anniversary by pairing art from our permanent collection with new artwork created by artists from Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. The museum's first exhibitions were invitationals for artists from these 3 states, so we're excited to expand our cultural and marketing reach again. This exhibition runs June 11th through September 19th, attracting visitors, artists, and their families from Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Last year, the Art Museum of Southeast Texas welcomed 56,000 Texan, United States, and international visitors. Our digital and print marketing targets major Texas cities as well as Lake Charles and Baton Rouge using geofencing, which is the latest technology, I'm told, to attract cultural tourism and promote Beaumont as a vibrant arts destination. We plan to use about 100 hotel rooms for the artists and speakers in the next coming year, and we also anticipate using another 350 out-of-town hotel rooms for bookings. Our core values are community, culture, creativity, and connection, and the work that the museum does is recognized statewide. Recently, I was told by the Texas Commission on the Arts that our history of supporting artists and often giving them their first solo exhibition at a museum has been transformative to their careers and is something that is recognized throughout the state. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Amanda Yarbrough, 701 Main Street, Beaumont, Texas, Beaumont Children's Museum. Goodies, thank you. Oops.
Good day, Mayor, council members, administration. Congratulations. Thank you for your time here today. As you'll know, the Beaumont Children's Museum strives to promote family fun in an interactive environment where children thrive and get excited about learning. Children of all ages. Tried and true, steady and fast, our mission continues to guide us to ignite the growth in relationships of children, family, and communities through interactive learning and play here in Southeast Texas. The Beaumont Children's Museum has continued success with annual following of local and travelers attendance of over 60,000 starting from 2022 till to now. Out of that, 43% of those guests this past year were outside of Jefferson County and 27% of those outside of the Southeast Texas region. As BCM continues to attract visitors, our hands-on exhibits, educational programs, and family-centered events create meaningful experiences that positively impact local tourism, especially family tourism. Family tourism is one of the fastest growing segments of tourism, as we all know, and a key driver for destination travel. It focuses on attracting to bring families together through learning, play, and shared experiences, making BCM a vital asset for drawing families to our community and encouraging longer, more engaging visits. The importance also ties back to how our museum provides family entertainment to support our community's enhanced quality of life. As museums and libraries around the nation and the world update their facilities, children's museums, hands-on and interactive exhibits, and community-based environments have become a central focus. This shift This shift reflects an acknowledgement of the power of interactive, playful, and blended learning environments to engage families more deeply and create meaningful education for all. Not only are the playful learning exhibits important for the development, they introduce a strong appreciation for museums, impacting all of our museums here in Southeast Texas. We continue to find creative, effective ways to promote the Beaumont Children's Museum as a must-see destination when visiting Beaumont. Currently, with 2 billboards along Interstate I-10, boosting media campaigns through social media, radio, podcasts, and statewide publications. As we move forward, we plan to continue to strengthen those efforts, not only to provide BCM, but to position Beaumont as a welcoming place to stop, take a break, and return again and again. Most importantly, we will continue to encourage families to visit, explore our city, and discover all that Beaumont has to offer with the museum and beyond. Thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Shelby Brannon, 3025 French Road, Beaumont, Texas, Beaumont Heritage Society.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Shelby Brannon. I'm here on behalf of the John J. French Museum and the Beaumont Heritage Society to ask for your support of our hotel occupancy tax grant application. The John J. French Museum is not only Beaumont's oldest fully restored home and the oldest home available for public viewing, it's one of the most important historic sites in our city. For generations, it has connected residents and visitors to the story of Beaumont before Spindletop, preserving the history for families, cultures, and industries that shaped our community. Today, the museum needs your help to continue that work. A portion of this request will fund critical preservation projects that support the historic structures and collections entrusted to our care. These are not cosmetic improvements. They are necessary investments to ensure that this irreplaceable landmark remains standing, safe, and accessible for future generations. The grant will also allow us to expand marketing efforts that bring more visitors to Beaumont. By promoting the museum regionally and to heritage travelers across Texas and the nation, we can attract more overnight guests, increase attendance, and encourage visitors to stay in Beaumont hotels, eat in our restaurants, and support other local businesses and nonprofits. Historic tourism is a proven economic driver. In a statistic from the Texas Historic Commission, for every $1 municipalities spend in heritage tourism, they see an $8 return in revenue. Visitors who travel for history and culture stay longer and spend more. The John J. French Museum is uniquely positioned to be a part of that experience, especially as we prepare for America 250 and Southeast Texas 250 celebrations. This grant is an investment in preservation, tourism, and Beaumont's past and future. We respectfully ask for your support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Christopher Dombrowski, 1827 Franklin Avenue, Nederland, Texas, Boomtown Film and Music Fest. Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Christopher Dombrowski, one of the organizers of the Boomtown Film and Music Festival. We are a volunteer-run 501c3 nonprofit arts event. We showcase independent films and music, as well as provide educational opportunities and networking opportunities. Primarily, our event happens in downtown Beaumont. Generally, our centerpiece venue is the Jefferson Theater, but we also use the Texas Energy Museum. We use For the Record right here downtown. It was very exciting. This year was the first year that we were able to work with the Beaumont Public Library system and actually got the Terrell Library incorporated as a venue for some of our workshops and panel discussions. 2 weeks ago at the State of the City event, it was mentioned that the City of Beaumont's wonderful classic movie night program showed, I think it was 62 films over the course of last year. At our one event over the weekend that we held our festival, we showed 69 films. We showed short films, feature films, documentaries, music videos, student films, animated films. We showed them some that were made right here in Southeast Texas, films from across Texas, films from across the United States, coast to coast, even international films. These films were not found by us and asked to come. They sent us their films. The reason that they send us their films is because we promote our event. We spread the word about what is happening in Beaumont, and we start at least 6 months before our event happens. Also, by the way, we have visitors that come in, not only from across the United States, but even international visitors. At our festival in February, a little over a month ago, I met a man that was a Canadian. There was also a man who was from Korea. They were not brought in because we paid them. They didn't have a film playing. They were just regular attendees. Let's see. Also, excuse me. The Boomtown Film and Music Festival is not only an investment in the local arts community, it's also an investment in the reputation of the city. Because people will learn about Beaumont in the context of a place where there is interesting artsy events happening, and that casts the city in a great light, not only for visitors that might be coming into the city for our event, but for anything that they might want to come to Beaumont for. And I think that that's a particularly good use of hotel occupancy tax funds. Also, it is good publicity for the film industry and using Beaumont as a potential place where production can be happening. Our goal for 2026 was to expand to 4 days. We successfully did that. We had a 10% increase in attendees. And our goal for next year is to improve the music side of the festival and for more private sector partnerships so that we don't have to get as much grant money. All right, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Christy Fegan, 600 Main Street, Beaumont, Texas, Texas Energy Museum.
Hello, I'm back. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. My name is Crystal Fagan. For those of you that are new on the council, I've been the executive director at the Texas Energy Museum since February 2023. I want to thank each and every one of you for the role that the city has played with the Texas Energy Museum all the way from the beginning through last year. We had one heck of a year. I will get back to that in just a little bit, but I will go to the more formal. Here we go. This year, on January 10th, it marked the 125th anniversary of the Spindletop oil discovery, the moment that put Beaumont on the map and forever changed the world. The Texas Energy Museum exists because of this story and everything that came afterwards. In 1987, this Beaumont City Council here, not you guys, but in 1987, they came together and actually decided that they wanted to honor the Spindletop story, and that's why we're even in existence. So gratitude for us being us and being there. We call ourselves a museum, but what we really represent is something larger. Museums are part of the foundation of a city's tourism economy. I know because my Google Analytics tell me that the majority of people find our museum from the search term things to do in Beaumont. Museums are places visitors can count on every day of the year. They give a destination depth and identity, and they're often the reason a visit becomes a stay. I've seen that impact clearly in our own growth. Like I said, I've only been there since 2023. Attendance has increased from 8,500 in 2022 to over 13,000 in 2024. Now, I'll go back and talk about 2025. In the first 6 months of last year, we welcomed more than 6,100 visitors. During that same time, we tracked 223 direct hotel stays tied to museum visitation. 35% of our in-museum visitors came from out of state or out of country, and roughly 1 in 5 of our visitors stayed in a Beaumont hotel. We were on track for our strongest year yet. Then in July, a major water leak forced us to close our building. So for 7 months, our galleries were empty, but looking back, I am extremely proud to say that our mission was not. We pivoted and we went out into the community with our Energy Express mobile program. We joined in the events of other museums, and we still hosted Dinosaur Day on the lawn with more than 3,300 attendees. I know some of you were there. It is important to know that all Texas Energy Museum programming for children is 100% free. It's free to schools, free to participants and their families, so we don't charge anything. In total, during the time our building was closed, we still served more than 11,000 people, giving us an annual total of 17,503 people served both inside and outside the museum. We do this because we aren't just a building, we're a service to the area, as most of our museums are. It's really hard, we're all tied together in one way, shape, or form. But
Thank you.
Percy Fitzer, 6475 Calder Avenue, Beaumont, Texas, and he's with the Fitzer Family Education Foundation. And Mary actually should have spoken at the first public hearing for the CDBG funds. So is he allowed to speak again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, thank you for allowing me to take a few minutes with you. I'm Percy Pitzer. I'm actually from Wisconsin, but 100 years ago, I moved around the country with the Bureau of Prisons. I worked in corrections for 29 years. I worked in 9 different institutions, and I was a warden in 5 of them. The purpose of the foundation, and we formed a foundation in 2012, was to reduce crime. As we know, crime in this particular area, and actually around the United States, is high. We send 1.9 million people in America is in prison today. Now, there was a press conference here, maybe last week, where we're going to identify criminals, we're going to prosecute them, and give them as much time as possible. You know, this kind of decisions have consequences. First of all, I believe people should be held accountable for the crime they commit. But keep in mind, when you sentence a person to 20, 25, 30 years, that one incarceration is costing the taxpayers $1 million or more just to incarcerate that person for the time of that particular person's sentence. We believe that education is much more important than incarceration. Prevent the crime from being started before it starts. Now in Beaumont, we partnershipped with Associated Builders and Contractors, and we put probably about 850 people releasing from prison into that training program. And we've also educated employers, because many times when a community sends a person to prison, they think they've got rid of the problem. But that same person is going to come back to that same community, and now people don't want to rent to them, and now people don't want to give them jobs. We've also educated about 20 employers here in Beaumont on hiring these individuals so that we can give them jobs. We had, just an example. I had one young lady come to the office wanting us to find her a job. And I looked at her and I said, ain't nobody gonna hire you until you clean yourself up. And what we accomplished with that young lady, within a week, we got her into LIT. So that's the kind of stuff. I mean, we, just since November, we've clothed over probably around 600 people getting out of prison with clothes on their back. We clothe them. We get a lot of donations of clothing. Some of the dry cleaners have leftovers, and I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, so we'll be closing that public hearing. And if we would, Mr. City Manager, if you would take us into the first work session.
Yes, council to review and discuss the food truck park next steps.
And I see Mr. Kenneth Reggett coming up. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council. Okay. Are you able to send her? I thought you had it already. Sorry about that, council. Thought she had it. I'm gonna send it to you electronically in a second.
Excuse me? Excuse me. Yes.
They might need a little time. Would you entertain swapping the two discussions or not?
That'd be fine. We're going to move to the second work session first.
Okay. I'll read that one. Council to review and discuss youth violence and increasing police patrols.
Chief Tim Oknichek.
Mayor and council, here today to talk about youth violence and extra patrols. I know there's a lot of questions, a lot of talk. You know, despite drastic reductions in crime over the last, violent crime over the last 2 years, there's still crime happening. And youth is sort of a generic term. And the majority of these crimes are being, as you heard earlier, there's a small segment of the community that's unwilling to behave, but it's really about 17 to 25-year-olds that are committing the majority of the crime. There's some 15 and 16-year-olds that are in that lower mix, but, you know, Beaumont is tasked to do, you know, protection of the public. Our professional staff, detectives, patrolmen are doing an extraordinary job, not only in solving crimes, but in keeping a 100% solve rate on homicides. But there's still work that has to be done. And as y'all heard a couple weeks ago, we announced the formation of a Southeast Texas Violent Crime Task Force, which is focused on Beaumont. It's bringing in other assets, other resources from other agencies, state, federal, county, and other local agencies so that we can work together. We are targeting not just all offenders, but these repetitive violent offenders. And we're focusing our efforts on taking those out of circulation so they're not continually committing crimes. So this is something additional that wasn't being done last year. It took us a few months to get it going. We hope to have in the next month or two the ability to come to y'all with some successes. We implemented a intelligence function in our real-time crime center, which is you know, some proactive, hopefully preemptive work that's been successful. Hopefully some of these successes we can bring to y'all in the next couple of months and show y'all what some special enforcement can do, working with the DA's office in Jefferson County, working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and all these resources. Different people have different functions and different capabilities, and bringing those to try to keep these people off the streets that are continually making the crime. A lot of these people are the ones that were kicked out of school. They may not be in school currently, but they're known to some of our ISD professionals. We've, as y'all know, spent a lot of time and effort in building the Real-Time Crime Center. It's not just one location, though. It's technology in general. Not only is this helping us solve crimes faster and more efficiently, but it's also helping get better cases that the DA's office and U.S. Attorney's office can use to hold these people accountable. And that's really important. We have, you know, a lot of crime happening where we're pulling guns off the street, and those guns were coming out of unlocked cars all over town. You know, Texas is a constitutional carry state, but you need to be responsible gun owners keep your vehicles locked when they're not there. Keep your guns out of it. Don't leave your valuables sitting right there where it's tempting. Just in the past, well, as of a couple weeks ago, I think we had 23 cars already stolen this year, and 19 of them weren't locked, and a couple of the additional ones didn't have any sign of breakage. That's unacceptable, and we have to do a better job. We try to advertise that, but we need help getting that word out. Lock your cars, take your valuables out of them, don't leave the guns in there. You're putting them back on the street, and these youth are often using those to commit violent acts. We have also tried to stretch our manpower by not only, we had a ATF agent embedded, so actual office in our CID division, but we've also added a couple of FBI agents. These give us the ability to bring cases federally when appropriate, and it gives us other avenues to try to hold people accountable and try to let people know that there's repercussions when they commit these acts of violence. We have sometimes recovered guns that the people, when we go tell them, hey, we found this gun, oh no, I know where it is, it's in my truck. And sure enough, they didn't even know it was stolen maybe months before. Again, we need to do a better job on that. As far as patrols, Beaumont PD has implemented additional park staffing or additional staffing from a point of upstaffing patrol to provide more dedicated park patrols. We're using our real-time crime center to be able to monitor those cameras and look at where there might be crowds gathering, where there might be disturbances happening, so we can shift our manpower as appropriate. That's something that we've done before. We usually do it more in the summer months. We started that a little early. Again, these extra things have a cost with them in overtime, but that's something that we work with the manager on in making sure that we're getting out there the resources that we need to have. We have a lot of partnerships around the city and really regionally, programs that we're a part of, programs that we actually have. And, when you come right down to it, there's a parental crisis, and the police can't do this alone. We have a part in it. We're front facing. We're out there. Our guys are doing the job. They're making these arrests. We do not control how long they're out of circulation and what happens to them, what the accountability side of it. But they're not only making these arrests fast, or they're not only making the arrests, but they're making them very quickly, sometimes within minutes or hours. And so I want to make sure that y'all understand how proud we are of the staff that we have. I'll leave it for questions, because I think there's quite a bit more, and I know it's been a long council.
Yes, Councilman Hilliard.
I can't speak for the rest of the council, but what can we do to help you? What do you need from us?
Well, we've been asked that, and there's been, some suggestions thrown out there. I think the biggest educational piece is to understand it's not just a police problem, and to have the buy-in that we've had. The mayor's coalition against violent crime is super important to bring these resources together, but it takes a team to do this. We got to bring, sometimes we have maybe resources in different parts of town, but not everybody knows there's 3 other resources that do the same thing. If we all know what the resources are, where they're at, we can help connect people to the resources. We'd love to be able to be more preventative and more proactive to keep people from committing the worst of the violent crime that's happening. Encourage, see something, say something. When it's happening, call directly to the police department. Encourage that, because a lot of times when it's a trail of passing the word 2 or 3 times, not only can the message get adjusted improperly, but quite often you've lost time, and the suspects are already gone, or the problem's already to where some of these crimes that are being reported have to be witnessed by an officer. So if the situation's already resolved before we get there, it makes people upset when we can't take certain actions. So it's important to call directly. We have a non-emergency line, 409-832-1234. They can call 911 if it's an emergency. There's anonymous ways through Crime Stoppers. They can just say, hey, I don't want to leave my name. We do, every time we're asked for increased patrols, increased this or event help, that costs us overtime. So we're working with the manager to make sure our overtime requests are fully funded. Thanks to y'all, in agreement with the union, there are raises each year. So, if there's a 4% raise, that's a 6% overtime increase. So we got to make sure we're taking that into consideration, because we haven't been asked to cut any services that we're providing. We have 14 officer shortages right now. We need help in recruitment. We need to get people in here that you would want to come to your house, and you would want to, respond to an emergency if your parent was involved. Our qualifications are on the website. We need those people. We have some suggestions that we've worked with the manager on, potentially to increase some of our incentives to bring people in to make us more competitive with other agencies. And I think this impending contract, for October 1st, which we're very thankful for, I think that's going to help as well. We're competing not just with other police departments, remember, but we're competing with industry and a lot of other high-paying jobs around the region and right here. There's technology needs. All these things cost money, and that's where y'all have to give us the guidance. Y'all have to give the city administration, the CFO, us guidance. But if to put cameras in all these parks, to have sufficient placing so that there's not blockages in certain places, it takes some additional cameras. So there's some things that y'all might consider in the budget process to work with the vehicle purchases y'all just approved today. That's major. I mean, we can have officers, if they have nowhere to get in a car and go out there, you can put several in a car, but it sure helps us to have marked units out there on the road where you have more visibility. And when we're putting these extra park patrols up there, we're up staffing patrol, we have to have these cars y'all just approved today to make that work. I'll stop there.
Okay. Councilman Turner, I know you turned your mic on. Everybody will get a chance here.
Yeah, I want to ask some questions before I get into kind of what I want to discuss, and I thank Councilman Crenshaw for even bringing this to the table, because this has been an ongoing issue, and me personally, I have learned through experience, it ain't something we throw at the police department. It's additional ways we have to learn to address these issues, and kind of dialogue with some of our police officers. I kind of understand now from experience, you just can't throw it all at the police. We got to figure out a way to actually prevent the crime and have additional resources. So we're talking about overtime. Do we have any idea, what do we feel like is necessary if we're talking about a certain amount of overtime? Or have we looked at how long have we been doing overtime to address crime? Yeah, we're catching them, but if we looked at some of this same funding, maybe to reallocate it to have another strategic approach, or has overtime been sustainable? Like, about how much have we spent in overtime? I know it's a general question, but we're talking about it today. What do we think is a ballpark amount that would be needed in overtime?
I think that would have to be a
Yeah.
Well, if we're talking
They would,
about,
police would probably have to identify what would be a good amount for overtime. We can get you the information on what historically we spend or what we're spending,
We get
this year.
about 3 million right now, but I mean, I've got some numbers, but I'd have to put what our, like, current to date is. I'd have to add different divisions up, but I mean, we're on pace and some of these extra things, you know, putting an extra person out per day in those parks, that's $1,400 a day. So, you know, it adds up quickly.
And I'm not opposed to that if it's needed, but I just wanted to ask a question to staff. I don't know if we've kind of dove into what other cities that are similar to our demographics are doing or have done to reduce crime.
We look at that constantly. We just went to a conference last week, Texas Police Chiefs Association, and that's what we do is we try to learn from others' successes, benchmarks, things we've done, lessons learned, and we try to not reinvent the wheel. And what we find routinely is that we're, you know, holding our own. We're doing the right things. Our solve rates are well above the national average. The work that the guys are doing, they're really the benchmark. They've become the benchmark. They're the people come to from other agencies to see how it's done. So police can't be the only cog in the wheel.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that, Chief, is because I went to a conference. I've actually sat with some mayors from cities, similar demographics to some of our unique issues, and these are things the councils did in these particular cities that I think can be additional plus to what you guys are already doing with the added overtime. So I'll bring up, for one, I kind of talk about this city often, but Baltimore, Maryland, that crime rate was extremely bad. Now the mayor's traveling all over the United States, speaking about the crime prevention program that he put on, that the city council put on. And like major crime and homicide since 2021 was reduced by 60%. It was 183 homicides in 2025. That was the lowest it's ever been in the last 50 years. 23% drop in crime alone in 2024. And non-fatal shootings were down as much as 34%. So what they did as a city is they made a serious investment in reducing crime as far as on a social aspect, not just physically solely all on the police department. They kind of broke it down in steps and phases. One of the first things they did is they identified the reasons about crime. As you stated earlier, you know, parents not being there, but we can't control that. But, you know, it's poverty, trauma, and retaliation cycles. They grouped the violence, they made a group violence reduction strategy. They got small groups together and they identified that 3% that's causing crime over and over again, and they created staff that could relate to those kids, and they physically, or young men, and they physically went after them, like, and let them know about the opportunities, community violence intervention. And what's what they did with this? They built trust where police often cannot. We know culturally, you know, let's just say it, some people are taught not to talk to cops. So now you have to identify people who actually can relate to the people who think with that mindset to assist you guys with some of the issues. They created that through hiring people who went out and physically done that. Community violence intervention. They did that. That's what I meant by finding people who have been in trouble before that actually transitioning and changing their life, actually going out there and dealing with those kids one-on-one or young men one-on-one. They did a good job with high target policing, you know, not mass policing, similar to what you're talking about right now. Let's focus on that percentage that's giving us the most problems. And they made a social investment in services. When I talk to a lot of young men, they don't have mentorship or guidance. They don't know what opportunities are actually out there, whether it be job training for some of these industries, because we're in an economic boom, but we're still facing these high crime rates because a lot of these young people don't know the opportunities out there. And what better way to get people who can actually relate to them to go out there and educate them on these opportunities. Uh, Mental health and trauma was another thing, and that's really big in the city of Beaumont. Youth programming right now, I think 4 years ago, we didn't have much youth programming in the city of Beaumont. Now we have over 17 different programs, and we're hamstrung because we're doing them out of one facility. But, you know, just looking at shifting funding into what matters if we're really serious about stopping crime, even the housing support, as we talked about earlier with the Chodo program, and tracking it with real data and accountability so we can have maybe a public dashboard. That's what they did in Baltimore. Every month, they let people see the progress on the dashboard of what was improving, what was changing, and they kind of retweaked it every 2 weeks. But in my opinion, as a council, if we have cities who were heavily minority populated and we're having crime issues, we need to take a hard look at what they did and are we really willing to invest in that way? And I think that's the best route for us to go right now. Because again, Baltimore, Maryland, the crime rate has went down. It was ridiculously how bad it was. Also, Chicago, it's reducing because some of the programming. And Birmingham, Alabama, these are all places we might not be as large in population, but the demographic and the medium house incomes is kind of similar to what we're dealing with in Beaumont. So I just kind of think we need to really workshop this and maybe let staff research what those cities are doing and see if we can come with some form of a proposal if it's something we can implement and tailor it to Beaumont, Texas. Because, yeah, Chief, you guys are killing it. 15%, crime reduction and solving the crimes and the major crimes going down, but we're still not really getting to the prevention part, which isn't y'all job, in my opinion. I think the prevention is the community coming together and figure out ways to actually prevent some of these instances from happening. You won't save them all, but we have to change our approach from doing the same thing we're doing over and over again. And I think we need to take an opportunity to look at what those cities are doing that are actually successful at prevention.
Yeah, in Baltimore is a great example. They've implemented recently some stuff we were implemented years ago. We post our NIBRS results. They're all of us by federal law have to report using the same system. It's a national incident-based reporting system. We post ours every month. So it's on our website, just like in Baltimore. And so a lot of these programs that you're seeing, some of them we were implemented before they were. But we're constantly looking at benchmarks from other agencies and see who's doing it right and is there something we can use. There are differences. We have to look at that, but that is something that we try to do constantly.
And in fairness, when I say Baltimore, I'm not speaking in reference to their police department and what they're doing. I'm speaking in reference to the policies and procedures and the funding mechanisms that the city council chose to make a priority to shift all the focus not solely on the police department. So that's what I meant by what was actually taking place in some of those cities with similar demographics, some of our similar problems we have in Beaumont as far as economics and poverty and all these things that we face that are kind of unique to our particular community that you don't see in some of the larger areas like Houston. That was something that really stood out, and that's not towards the Beaumont Police Department. It's towards what we can do as a council to assist and actually prevention versus catching.
Right. And certainly Brandon Scott in Baltimore, Maryland, and others, I've had a chance to visit. And one thing they've been able to accomplish that we have not is when you look at their budget, they hadn't reduced their spending in their police department. They've gotten increased directed funding from the federal government. They're not charging their residents for those additional services. So sometimes it's going to require us to work with our federal legislatures to get some directed funding on some of these programs because they're not inexpensive programs. I was at a part of a deal and I was listening eagerly to figure out how they were able to finance a budget their size to be able to squeeze out those additional dollars. And what I learned is it was money given to them by the federal government to target that. But they're getting results, so it allows them to shift future spending. So I certainly agree with Councilman Turner that it is having a success. We just have to figure out where we're going to get our dollars from.
Just to follow. And Mayor, I'm kind of glad you brought that point up because, you know, I kind of appreciate the mentality earlier with how much we give away in abatements and fees and things of that magnitude. Sometimes we can shoot ourselves in the foot. Similar to our tax abatements and some of those things to that nature. You know, we have to look at the unique issues we have in Beaumont right now prior to making some of those same decisions. And maybe we need to restructure how we go about making some of those decisions because clearly it takes funding to address the needs we have. And we have to kind of restructure our mindset of what all we give away with the return on investment that we're actually seeing. So it may be time to have some of those tough dialogues and conversations about how we're choosing to do abatements or how we're choosing to make waivers. We may need to look at that as a council, as a new council, because I can see it's an appetite that we're missing out on revenue. And the only way some of these things will be solved is revenue instead of taxing our citizens.
Thank you.
No.
Councilman Williams?
Thanks for being here, Chief. And I appreciate you sharing that on Baltimore. I think where I get hung up is like we're kind of prisoners of the moment. Like you could probably tell us our crime rate probably is down the last couple of years. I'm assuming, is it?
Drastically.
And so, and then we see it happen. And so I just go, is your job to prevent crime or catch criminals? And I guess my question to you is, you know, with increased presence, do you see that as a deterrent to criminals, as a real deterrent? Does that work? Does that not work? What's your opinion as chief and just as a longtime law enforcement officer?
I think it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, some people are gonna maybe not do something if there's a cop standing right there. Some people just don't care, you know, but, you know, you know, we have to look at stuff like that. He's, I think, said a return on investment. I mean, that's really where it's at, is figuring out, you know, what are you willing to support? Because some of the programs we're doing, you know, it's not maybe preventing crime, but then you have a extraordinary, I think, deterrent effect when people start getting caught. The Real-Time Crime Center, people seem to be starting to realize they're going to get caught. And we have some people, even out of town, like ATM thefts or catalytic converter thefts that went down super drastically. And it's, you know, you got to think that the word got out when several of them got caught before they got out of town, that maybe let's find a better place to go do violence in. So again, some of these programs are easier to prove that they're successful than others, and sometimes proving negatives is very, very difficult.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
I'm grateful for you guys and all the work that you do, and hats off to you. Kudos, praying for you every day. That God blesses you and keeps you. And I will never forget my young lady at my SIL that had an incident of assault, and y'all got him in hours. And so for me, I was blown away by that. And while I do want to support you guys and fund you, and all of that's great, I would rather see funding go towards prevention. And no civilized society in the history of humanity has ever overinvested in its youth. And I always say that because it's like, sure, we can give you more money and pay for more overtime and pay for more officers or rearrange people to go outside, and that's great, but we've got to really be incentivizing people to have something to look forward to and something to work for and aspire to, and that's not really your job. Your job is to catch criminals and put them in jail, and y'all are doing that. So when we bring police and we're worried about the sensationalism of the time, the fact is crime is not really up in Beaumont, right?
Correct.
Correct. So, I mean, while we have incidences that cause us trauma and make us hurt, and we have anger and frustration, and we have all these range of emotions, and we want to do something, sometimes everything that is expedient isn't lawful. So we've got to take a step back and really think about what's necessary. We can add money to a budget for officers, or we could reposition that funding to do something that actually gets out into the community that helps young people. So I'm pretty sure that we think about things different ways. I know that we have a lot of officers that probably are tenured that are inside. Maybe we can take them outside. Do we take officers that are inside and never like get them outside, or they're just beat cops that do the outside work? Me just thinking about repositioning people, perhaps, I know that there's a shortage of officers already, so we're short 14, but if we took some people that were inside people and made them outside people, would that help us in some capacity since they're already being paid?
Well, I think, getting the job done is more than just people out in the field. If you don't file a case, the case will never go to trial. There's a lot of other aspects that have to do. Now, we're constantly looking at staffing. A minimum of once a year, we do what we call a shakeup, and we adjust, and part of that's mandated by contract. Part of it's just general business practice. But we look at that, we look at making sure that we're having officers doing officer work to the extent we can, and y'all have right here on this council have approved some crime analysts that are civilians, and that's cutting edge.
Okay.
We've got a detective that's a civilian. That's cutting edge. A lot of departments around the country don't have that. So if there's activities that can be done without having a badge and carrying a commission, every day we're looking at this, trying to move people where they're most needed. And even to the beat level, we look down to where they're at in the city, what they're doing. Are we using our assets where they're most needed?
Yeah, and so that was my point, because there's so many people that want to put money towards this, and so my thought is, how can we better utilize what we have? And so I'm glad that you said that, so that when we go back and we talk to constituents and they're saying, well, y'all spending money on this, and that, and blah, blah, blah. No, we're thinking about it all different angles, and we're hiring civilians, and we're doing our level best to keep costs down as well, because some of it is that it's like, oh, well, you can find money for this, but you can't find money for that. So I appreciate you. Thank you. You answered my question.
Thank you. Councilman Crenshaw?
Chief, I've heard what you said, and the comments that I'm about to make are in no way intended to take away from the great job that our police department is doing and the response that the police department has made so far in trying to address some of these issues with the task force and other things, and also your solving crimes, in particular the one at Rogers Park. Again, exceptional job there. I guess where one of the reasons why I wanted us to talk about this today, and the issue that I'm really struggling with, is there is a fear in this city that I have not seen or heard in a while. And I have a unique history here in that I served as the district attorney for this community in 2014. And one of the biggest issues that we dealt with back then, other than crime, was school district problems. And so, when I would go out in public, I would hear a lot about BISD, because that was during the time of the takeover by TEA. But now, in the last month or so, everywhere I go, people talk about a fear. People talk about not wanting to go to the fair this year. And I haven't seen the stats Was fair attendance up or down? I don't know, but never in my life have I had people come up to me and say, is it safe to go to the fair because I'm scared for my kids about what just happened in Rogers Park? And it's not just Rogers Park, it's also the incident right before that at the movie theater where there was a shooting in the parking lot of Tinseltown, somewhere between the Waffle House and the Tinseltown. It's also my understanding in the Rogers Park shooting that might have had a retaliatory motive, and that there was a previous shooting involving the shooters at Rogers Park where their home or something close to them was shot up. So again, I struggle with people who call and say I'm in fear, and I say, it's okay, our stats are better now than they were 3 years ago. I get that they might be, but that doesn't translate to the fact that people feel like this community is safer today. And I'm gonna go on and say it in case if maybe it's unpopular to say, people in Beaumont today don't feel as safe as they did a month ago, okay? And I don't think it's because the shooting was in Rogers Park and that's a certain area of town. I think that people have that lack of fear because that shooting was so brazen. Because that shooting ended up on TikTok as a viral post with fathers grabbing their kids and having to put them in strollers and run off from rapid gunfire in broad daylight. The mayor and I responded to that scene within about 30 minutes after the shooting because, again, our phones were blowing up. The mayor just left the event center for a prayer meeting about violence or some type of meeting about violence. I was home at the time. Our phones started blowing up. People were hearing it over the scanner. We immediately went to the park, and the park was pretty much empty with the exception of law enforcement and the media. Again, it was a profound incident. And so I want to be sure that the public understands that, yes, this is a problem bigger than the police. But at the same time, maybe I'm old school, maybe I was just taught different things about the criminal justice system, but to me, boots on the ground and visible law enforcement has a direct correlation to crime reduction. When I used to prosecute gang cases, we saw that if you saturate a certain area of town with visible law enforcement, calls for service go down. And when calls of service go down, crime goes down, and you can spread those resources around other areas of town. So where I'm going with all this, I would like to see an increase in law enforcement officers in areas frequented by youth violence. So whether it be some of our more popular parks, I'm not saying every park needs a uniformed police officer every Saturday and Sunday, but I think that we could identify our 4 parks, maybe where there's the most calls for service. And on Saturdays and Sundays in broad daylight, I think it makes sense to put a uniformed police officer, 1, maybe 2, I don't know. That's up to you, you're the professional. But I think that we should put that in parks from now, maybe through the summer, okay, while the kids are out of school. And I know it's not just, youth in school doing this and it ranges up to 25, but again, other areas, the mall, movie theaters, areas that are frequented by youth that we're seeing these types of crimes. And I know that the police can't be there to prevent every crime. I get that. I'm not that naive at all. But I do think that there is a police response here. The only way I know to fix that is with overtime, because we can't magically go out and hire and train, 10 new police officers. With that said, I would be willing, while we are dealing with this increase in fear in our city and trying to address this issue, I would be in favor of approving additional funding for the police department for new hires, because I do believe, if you know, what kind of vacancies do we have right now in the?
We have 14 vacancies, but I think that's only the people that haven't been hired. But what we use is a figure called effective shortages or our manpower, and the effectives include 11 that are in training right now. They don't count 6 that are in the academy. So we have some people that are wounded or whatever.
Or
so
on
there's a bigger picture than just 14, but getting 14 seasoned people that can be put to work fast and don't have to go through the academy is a benefit. So that's something that me and the manager are working on right now.
Yeah, so maybe in the next 6 months, we come up with a $10,000 hiring bonus or a $20,000 hiring bonus, something maybe to recruit experienced officers from other cities that might be willing to come here and take that. And that might be money better spent in filling those 14 vacancies than it would be the expense of overtime, because I know overtime is expensive. But again, I just, whether it is just additional overtime for officers or the department wants to create a new unit that's going to be focused on youth crime and being out on the streets in those certain areas of town where you've got the parks and you've got the movie theaters and you've got the mall. I think we owe it to the citizens here in Beaumont that they get to see a visible reaction of increased police patrols. And again, I'm not saying that it's going to fix things overnight, but it seems to me to be something on people's mind. And it's something that people want to see. And so I was hoping we might hear today, and I'm not saying maybe you don't have that ready, but I was hoping we would hear today, okay, we would think we would need 10 additional officers working overtime on the weekends, and here's what that cost would be. Do we have any type of stats or anything like
We
that?
implemented 2 weekends ago, and I mentioned that it was $1,400 a day per officer, and we have 2 officers
So right now, we're doing 2,800
per weekend.
well, that's 1,400 a day at 2 officers, so it's actually times 1,400 times 4. So is that 62?
Well, per weekend, I mean,
Wait. I got a question. Please, somebody. So is that just at one park? Wait, I'm confused. So that 14, tell me what's going on.
what we've done is we've upstaffed patrol, third watch patrol for 2 people, Saturdays and Sundays, and they go check the parks. And we use our real-time crime center to focus on cameras that are at these parks to see if there's buildups. If if they're randomly going from park to park and they see that there's a buildup at one park or somewhere else in the city, they can go and, address that issue.
What's the hours on that? Is that around the clock or what
It's
is it doing?
actually noon to 10 p.m.
Okay, so that's noon to 10 p.m. and that's 2 people just traveling around the parks. But my real question to you is this: how many incidences have we had in parks in the
Very
last
few.
year? So why are we targeting parks? That's not going to solve it, right? Because I guess my question to you would be, as an officer, where are the high crime areas? And maybe we should have them focus on that, because parks are having, I mean, you tell me, but have parks been the source of our bane of our problem? 1. 2, do we know where the high crime areas would be? 3, so if those 2 officers are patrolling from noon to mid-10, do we have a timeline of when most crime is occurring, right? Does this even attack the issue, or are we, because I mean, I'm not about just people being scared and we sending out officers. I need to understand, are we targeting what needs to be targeted in order to get what we need to get done? Because from noon to 10, if the crime isn't happening between noon and 10, then if it's happening at 1 or 2 and it's happening at this location or that location and we targeting parks, I need to understand.
So, and I mentioned we've done this before. Traditionally, the summer months, we have a period of time at the parks where there's gatherings. And some of them are super peaceful, some of them aren't, but sometimes they develop. So this isn't something that's brand spanking new. We just don't normally implement it this early in the year. But those are the hours that these groupings traditionally occur. And we're looking at that. We're not wasting city money. These officers can, respond to, he mentioned Tinseltown. Just because there's 2 people and nothing going on at the parks, they can always move to another location that's identified as a potential problem and hopefully be in the area before a problem happens. But those are the best hours on the weekends in the parks.
Okay, and 2 officers is good. Is that good?
They've been good for the last to weekends, and traditionally, we found that's adequate staffing for what we need.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Crenshaw.
I'm sorry. I cut you.
No, it's fine. I just, there was a request for technology. I believe it would help y'all write your reports faster so officers could get back on the streets that used like AI to write the reports. Did
Y'all approved that.
Okay.
In October.
Great.
Axon, a $22 million contract, and that's being implemented. It takes time. We've tested it. We see a significant benefit. There's a number of things that Axon is helping us to hopefully streamline the work of the people, which means they have more time to not be writing reports and doing some of the other mundane labor that they have to do.
Okay. And again, this is a multi-pronged deal. So we've talked about overtime. Now we're talking about technology. What additional technology could this council help you fund for your department to help prevent youth violent crime?
I can't say we can prevent youth violent crime. I mean, some of these, they're not stranger issues. This is stuff, family issues. This is friends. This is drug dealers happening behind closed doors quite often.
Okay,
I
so
can't prevent that, but what we've identified in last year's budget, and hopefully we'll look at it again here, is phase 3 of camera installations, because the last 2 phases, over the last 2 years, we phased this in. There's been some identified gaps that we want to fill in the hopefully near future.
Okay, so technology is not going to help us prevent crimes, and so you don't have any budget requests to help prevent crimes, but react to crimes and solve crimes. You know, we need to strike while the iron's hot. Right now, this is a hot topic in the community, and so if this council is going to spend additional funds to help the police department solve crimes related to youth crimes or just crimes in general, now's kind of the time to do it, because we have people demanding that we do more, and so we've talked about overtime now on technology. Other than cameras, anything else that we can do technology wise that this council could help you fund in the next couple of months that's going to help your department?
I don't have a specific.
Nothing else? Okay. Cameras, you talked about cameras. What do you need in additional in these gaps that y'all have identified since your last budget request? What do you need from this council funding wise for cameras to help fill those gaps and make solving crimes faster?
We've identified gaps that would take right at $262,000 to cover everyone that's been identified as being desired. There is always the potential that when you have the visibility that you can prevent things because you see things develop. And so I don't think it's necessarily you're not gonna prove whether it could prevented a crime, but it has the potential to prevent crime. It has potential to help us put our people in the right place at the right time, hopefully before it happened. But we're working with IT on this particular set of requests.
Okay. So, and you say that was 262,000?
Yes, sir.
Not 262 cameras, $262,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And then on, I know we talked about.
264, I'm sorry.
264? Okay, great. And you're working with IT, and you think that funding request is going to be coming to us?
Well, we'll see how the budget process goes, but it is in the works, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just telling you, I think that there's going to be, support to spend it, quickly. So as soon as you can get that to us, I think it'd be great. And before I pass, again, on trying to fill these vacancies, what other than maybe a signing bonus could help us fill these 14 vacancies and maybe bring back some folks we've lost to neighboring departments?
We've discussed several things. One of the things that we do, we spend about $34,000 to send somebody through the academy. So anytime we can not send somebody to the academy, that's an automatic saving of at least 34,000. So we proposed an incentive signing bonus to already have a TCOL certification. For instance, some people go to the academy on their own, or they went and challenged it from another state. We have a military person that's challenging the test. And so if they come in with a TCOL, we've automatically saved 34,000. And so some of the people that we currently pay 2,000 a year for an incentive. So if we raise that incentive per year of experience and we get somebody that's already had been there, done that, it can streamline or shorten the time they're in the FTO program. That's another about 61,000 to send somebody through the FTO program. So for instance, we just pulled somebody back, poached them from another agency, and that person was out in just several weeks. So that's a, 50,000 plus savings in pulling in an experienced officer that already knows the city and knows our stuff.
What, do we not currently have a hiring incentive?
We do.
And
We
what-
just want to increase it a little bit. We want to try to increase the cadet to 2,000 per year for up to 5 years.
Okay. That's already in place. And and you said you were already talked with the city manager about increasing the 2,000 to maybe like 5,000 a year?
We're discussing, we put a figure on it, but, we actually put a figure of 4,000, but.
Okay.
We increased to 4,000 a couple of months ago.
That was for the cadet
For the cadet, we increased that
training.
from what, 2 to 4? Or
It was 3.
3 to 4.
So we're also looking at paying the cadets more. We've lost cadets each process because they can't take the pay cut to come in. So if we are able to lure them in, and there's a lot of people that aren't prior certified that would be great at this job, we want to be able to send them through the academy and not have them lose them because they can't feed their family or something. So we're working with the manager on that. We're working on an incentive sign-in bonus as well to maybe to help them relocate.
Okay. One thing maybe we could do, and it's been a long day and I know people are ready to wrap this up. Maybe look at what the other departments are doing and we make a substantial increase over that so that all of a sudden these 14 spots in Beaumont are super popular with law enforcement in the area to where, maybe we can fill these sooner rather than later. It would be something like that, where all of a sudden Beaumont is now paying better than any other department in our area. Houston recently did this, where I believe the mayor over there made HPD the highest paid law enforcement agency in Texas. And it had an immediate impact in their ability to recruit and retain people. And, maybe Beaumont needs that at least temporarily until we see some significant improvements. So, again, just things that I'm not saying you guys aren't working on, but I think that we need to do, I think there's ways to improve what we're doing, and I would hope that there's a focus on that. So, thank you.
Councilman Durios, I believe, has a question or comment.
I thought y'all had asked all the questions I wanted to ask, but I was able to find a couple of more. I don't know if this will go to the manager, but have y'all identified where we can get funding to finance all of these incentives and bonuses?
The incentives currently can come from the open slots. We have 14 open slots right now. So that's usually where, if we pay a cadet a fraction of what we pay a full-time sworn, it's actually a cost reduction comes out of the same fund. So that's part of that. Now, what we are doing for some of the other functions, technology, we've been able to bring in a lot of grants to buy technology and upgrade it without having the city to spend any money. We're working with some federal agencies to bring some in. The U.S. Attorney's Office worked with us for probably 5 years in a row for Project Safe Neighborhood money that pays back over time. The federal agencies are paying task force officers, so officers that help them out, their overtime, and almost everything that's violent crime is being paid. Their overtime's being paid back, and we just increased 4 people additional on that payback. So now there's a good number of officers that instead of the city having to pay their overtime, the federal agency that they work for is reimbursing that. So between having grants helping us pay for some of the overtime, ranging, that one grant's about 90,000. Last year, we've asked for more. This year, we'll see what comes in. So we're trying to defray those costs with existing personnel shortages.
So what if, the program you started, what was it, last year, where officers wouldn't respond to certain calls because, they, like it was a stolen car that wasn't there, or somebody broke into my car last night. How's that working out?
We,
Is that freeing up officers?
Yes, and I didn't bring the numbers to you. I had them at the beginning of the year, but, after the first few days of people understanding what was really being said, we stopped getting any complaints. Now, we still respond to some things that we're advocating not to go, but we still sometimes go to these calls. But it's helped us a lot, and it's increased the online reporting, which can be done by light duty officers and civilians that help take those reports and save an officer having to go to the scene and do that.
And on your officers, on the weekends that you send to the parks, have you identified specific parks where you need to be at more? I mean, I know what happened at Rogers Park, but in other parks in the city, specific parks where we need to send folks to, or specific neighborhoods that we need to have a bigger presence in?
We look at, we were talking about manpower shuffling. We do that all the time. But as far as parks, we do look at where the crowds are gathering. We have a meeting once a month with all the city departments, get together, and we talk about all the events that are happening. So we try to pull in anything that's going on weekly. We work with these organizers of the functions so that we have staffing for the appropriate functions when needed. And then, a lot of times we can identify where crowds are going to be. And like I said, we use cameras too, so we can look at the park, see where there's gatherings. Otherwise, it's just sort of a random patrolling of parks across the city.
Okay. Last question. Do you use other agencies like Chief White might can answer this. Fire department have certified police officers that work for them. They do investigations and stuff. Do y'all ever work together, or do you use them in some investigations, or do they help out with your lower manpower?
Well, we do work together. I mean, we have an arson, just the other day that we're working together on. But, they have a limited number of staff, and they got a lot of work assignments. I think the chief was just talking about it Monday in a meeting about, how much, or maybe earlier when he was talking about how much his, couple of guys have to do, their workload. But we work together very closely, and if there's anything we can work together on, we do. And quite often on some of these special issue items, we need their expertise from code enforcement knowledge and things like that, permitting. So, and we work real closely on those events.
But I'm gonna agree with Councilman Turner, like the program that's going on in Baltimore. I think those dollars would be spent well on going towards prevention with those type of programs, and maybe finding some grant funding so we could start that here. Those type of programs like, well, of course, youth involvement, but like you said, mostly we're talking about kids 17 to 25, right?
For the majority.
Yeah, but so that youth, if we can get the youth involvement and we can get a hold of them when they're 12 or 13 and stop them from going down that path. So, I mean, that's something, like you said, AJ, the council and the police need to work together to do. But that's all, because I can see it's 5 o'clock and I just heard those cans popping.
That was Diet Coke. Yes, Councilman Turner, then City Manager, and then we do still have Mr. Radette as well.
I'm okay. We haven't met in weeks. So I was gonna ask, when we put the incentives in place, one of the main concerns in Beaumont was the call volume per officer versus the call volume in other cities. I think we used Mount Bellevue as an example. I think we were like 9-2 or something like. It was kind of bad. I don't remember who presented it, but I know Mount Bellevue is an example of, the money may be great, but I'm not gonna worry about the money if I can go work less because the call volume is so low. So I just want us to kind of think about our approach, because I know that was a comment when we had our police negotiations. I think it was some time ago, but is that still the call volume? Is it still that bad and lopsided in Beaumont?
Well, our guys have to work, and if you compare their call volume to other agencies, quite often it's far in excess. Some people love it. I mean, if you talk about how much you get experience here, you'll learn in a year what some people may not learn in a whole career. But, the grass is always greener. We've heard some stats, not just in police work, but nationally in other professions, that the average in the current workforce is 3 to 5 years, and they're looking for another job. They're not worried about a 30 or 40 or 50 year tenure. And in fact, they went so far to say that if you think your retention is based on a 30 or 40 year, you're just plain wrong. If you can do 5 years, you're good. But we don't. We want to do everything we can to retain. That prevents us losing a seasoned person that knows what's going on, knows how to work the systems, and we want to encourage them to come here versus other place. And we have good recruiting process and some good people in there that are motivated, and there's a lot of benefits to having something to do when you come to work, being able to be versatile in what you're doing, not having to do the same thing for your whole career. Like in some of those small agencies, it's one person, you do everything.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Manager, for me, I'm not opposed to overtime or giving the police department what they need to actually work towards preventing crime, but I'm more concerned about sustainability. I'm more concerned about maybe a pilot program of what we can do to look at prevention to go along with working with the cops, because right now, I think sustainability is more important than anything, because when people complain about Beaumont, they complain about crime and they complain about BSD. And right now, we can't control BSD, but we can control a different approach in how we're addressing crime. I feel like we've been doing the same thing over and over and over again, police, 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 but it hasn't changed that drastically. We're still having these issues. So I'm looking about more of a preventative approach. I think it's time we reshape how we view this.
Okay, and this dilemma's been with other cities long before Beaumont, and I'm really glad y'all are having this conversation today, and me and the incoming city manager can have this conversation on my way out on how we can do some things. But it's a balancing act too, council member, when you talk about social programs and social work programs. When you redirect money from police departments, you're running into legislation that says you can't take away money from police, reduce their budgets. It's called a defunding type thing, and it's against state law.
Hold on, let me correct myself.
I'm gonna clean it up
because we talking about new dollars right now.
Okay,
we want to add to overtime. I'm talking about, if we're talking about new dollars, not contract.
Okay, I want to make sure you get that on the record. I want to make sure you get that into the record.
Ain't what I said.
I'm gonna make sure you get that into the record. But that's happened. The city of Austin created some social programs where they took money in their department and actually had people in their department do some of the things, preventive things that you're talking about. But then it came out and they were accused, and the governor said, you did that. I won't use the word. So you have to be really careful when you redirect those dollars to make sure that the police department is still whole in doing that. There are a lot of things, and Tim's talked a lot. We've been meeting on this weekly. We've been meeting as staff. We've had about 3 meetings, staff, to come up with ways that we can help with these situations. And there are some things with the police department, and there are some things that's not with the police department. Dollars are a real issue. you know, because the right word is sustainability. Because, you know, we have a contract that escalates every year, and you've got to come up with that money every year. So everything you add to that, it increases exponentially. What you have to increase every year, so you got to come up with new sources. And I won't mention the other bad word, coming up with money, but you just have to be able to do that. But we've talked about some things, and Council Member Crenshaw, some things that would help short term to do some things. The Real-Time Crime Center, when I got here, Chief Singletary and Chief Plunkett, them, they came to me and said, hey, we've got this great idea, we need it funded, we need to get it going. And being a techie guy, I'm like, great, thank you. I'll push it forward. So I did include it in the budget, push it to council, and council funded it. And it's been probably one of the more cost-effective ways of fighting crime here. But as part of that program, we could only fund 4 new, what do you call them?
Crime analysts.
Crime analysts per year. So that was put on a 4-year, like we had it 4 last year, 4 to 4. Now you might look at maybe increasing that to more people. It's going to be expensive, but you can do 8. And that way you get 24-hour coverage. We don't have 24-hour coverage now, do we?
That's correct, but we've hired some additional people, and as soon as they're on board, we're hopeful we can get close.
But that's an example of something that will have an impact in spending dollars. If you pick up the pace on filling those real-time crime center positions and getting them in there, for sure. As far as overtime, I told Chief, I say, whatever you gotta do, spend it. Okay, I'll deal with council. Let me deal with council, but we've got to get control of this. Put people on the street, whatever you need to do. Let's take care of the overtime, and I'll take that bullet too, because I think it's that important that we have a response to this issue that make people feel safe in Beaumont. And although he's done measured things and it hasn't been great increases, you know, he's done things to be impactful. He and his staff have sat down to do things to be impactful. Let's put people on the streets. We talked about, well, let's get people, officers in the parks on Sunday before the crowds get there. You know, I've been in other cities, we would just, by 11 o'clock in the morning, we just send somebody to the park before the crowd gets there. And then they tend not to want to come when policemen are there before they get there. And so we've talked about doing things like that. So we're talking about some impactful things, getting them there and getting those type of things in place. All the bonuses, and I got a long list from Chief this morning. I think he and staff met a thing. And I told him, I say, I support everything on this list. You know, we just got to make sure it's sustainable. And I can recommend to Chris or the council that we do all of this. He sent me a list of about 10 things to do, bonuses, all type of stuff, and I'm okay with all of them. You know, finding the dollars is hard, but I'm willing to work with it, and we can share that information with you too. Some of that email, but we need to do those things and social. And let me throw myself under the bus. I think a part of it is BISD. I think they should work with the social work program. Other districts I've been in, they had social workers in the schools. They had a social worker in every school. The kids could go talk to about their issues and problems, whether it's I don't have a parent or I have to sleep, don't have food to eat, whatever it is. And they help solve some of those issues before there came crimes. And they had them in they had several in the high schools, and they had them even in elementary and junior high schools. And that's something that can help. We don't have to fund if they can be convinced to do that. You know, that could be a bad word with me saying that, but I've seen that be a real effective program in cities with social workers, people trained to deal with these issues. And deal with these kids with these issues and trained to deal with them becomes much more effective than police. You know, it's like the mental health person on the street, running down the street, unclothed. Police shows up, it ain't gonna be a good outcome. But if it's a social worker shows up, the outcome's probably got a chance of being a whole lot better. So I think that's part of it, and getting that in there. Parks, cameras, I've charged IT already to identify every unfunded camera space in every park in town. I don't know if that's the number they came up with, Tim, but I told them to do that. So we have that number now. We know what that is. And we can get that funded. Matter of fact, I'm looking for money now, not wait to the budget and start getting those cameras installed. So we want to get all those blind spots out of all of those parks and working with IT. Again, it's not just police, working with IT, and they get those cameras installed. Chris might be coming to you for money for that, but I've told him to let's go, let's get started, you know, because I've heard y'all say you're concerned about it, and we want to solve it. Grants, they're very effective with grants. I mean, I almost seem like I sign a grant every day. Police department does an outstanding job of getting grants. Was one of the best I've ever seen.
We have good people on it. Sky Coleman's
So
awesome.
maybe some of that money can be directed on some of this, you know, because just Department of Justice, it seems like I'm signing off on a grant every day or something that's coming through, and they do that. Let me see if there's anything else. He didn't talk about special units yet, but you did reassign some of your special units people to help with this issue in some of your special units. It's got to be about data-driven decisions. I've talked to them, get us some data, get the city some data so we can make some decisions. It's kind of like your question to Councilmember Sherwood. You know, how do we know where they're at or whatsoever? Let's get some data and then let's figure out where to put those resources to maximize on that. So it's a real issue, and the bonuses, we've talked about that. You know, at the time we paid the cadet bonuses for 1,000, but we were negotiating with fire department. We wanted equity, and we didn't want to fight that battle at that time, although we increased it. But you know, you understand what I'm saying. So we're open to all of this. We were open to doing all these things. The vehicles today, those vehicles were not supposed to be bought. That was a budget amendment, but they said we can't put people in vehicles, so we brought you a budget amendment today to purchase 10 cars. 10 cars.
9 on one.
So we can get people on the street. And 2 of them were rentals because we can get those faster than buying those cars. We could get the enterprise cars quicker. That's why they were rented. I didn't jump in on that, but that was a budget amendment. That was not in the original budget to help respond to what's happening now. So there's a lot going on. I just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you. Councilman Hilliard, did you say you wanted?
Yeah, one more, just something I was thinking about, we're talking about incentives, why not, I mean, we have thousands of employees in the city offer money for volunteer hours when they go out and help in the community and target at-risk youth. Have a system where when you get so many volunteer hours, you get a bonus or you get a check. So you're incentivizing thousands of people that work, and even off-duty police officers, to go into the schools, to be part of the mentor programs, to be part of ROAR, to, you know, I mean, think outside the box. I mean, for every 30 hours, we give them $500, you know, I mean, it's just a thought. I mean, we're talking about prevention. I mean, it would be an inexpensive way to motivate people to get out there and take part in their community.
What works, but I think that's an opening for you.
It's another.
You don't want to do that. Okay,
Well,
you're tired, okay.
And
Thank you,
just
Mayor.
closing comments, because 168 hours and 9 minutes from now, there is going to be a meeting at the Lakeside Center for the Mayor's Coalition Against Violence, and there are well over 100 churches in Beaumont. And I am asking all the churches, as well as some mental health professionals, to send at least one representative. And one of the problems we're talking about right now, we continue to talk about, it's a community problem. We need community engagement. We've got 7 elected officials up here. I would encourage y'all all to be there, but also to encourage churches to show up. There is data-driven decisions being made every day. The organizations, the 7 that have been identified, can track how if you provide them more mentors, the better impact they have within the juvenile justice system. And that will get up to the 17 to 25-year-olds. So, I mean, this is going to be a big decision, but this is something that doesn't cost the city dollars. It costs people investing their time in the community and with people. And that, I think, is going to show, has the potential to show more. I appreciate everything that the police department does, and I know you've had to tap dance. You can't get up here and tell us everything you're doing to catch the bad guys, because then you're telling the bad guys what you're doing to catch them. So, and we ask these very public questions. So, but we can see the results. But I certainly encourage everybody on council to get your churches and organizations to participate and be at that if you're able to, because I do think it can have an impact, because these coalitions have impacted in other communities. And if there's nothing else, Chief, I guess you would be free to sit down, and you got your standing gold for the day according to your Apple Watch. So, and if we can go into the next work session.
Sorry about that delay, but we could actually make this pretty quick if you don't mind. We only really have 5 slides. The biggest thing that I'm up here today is really to talk about if council wants to go forward with the food truck park. Like I say, we have $43,000 right now in the CIP for design work. If you want to go forward with it, we'd have to increase in 2027 to 1.3 million if we want to go along with the food truck park. Little history, they had a couple of RFPs went out, got no response from them. Past council talked about food truck park possibly being behind City Hall along the river. Also another location over next to the event center in Rotary Park. So basically I'm just here to see if you all want to go along with us going out to get some design work done on the food truck park. And if you do, what location? Or do we want to just push it along the CIP?
Councilman Turner?
My question is, from an economic development standpoint, we had RFPs go out to work with the private sector. I'm just being honest, I haven't even seen it or heard anything about it. So in this, I don't really feel like this is a Mr. Raggett question. How was this marketed? Who did it go out to? Did we reach out to people who've been successful in areas literally 10 miles down the road doing projects similar to this? Like, what was the RFP process and how did we get it out?
We had worked with Kenny Smith, the former facilities director. We had identified some people to send it to. I think Tracy had actually did a good job of putting it out there. We'd reached everybody within our system on IAMWay that we could notify. Made it as public as we could. We advertised it. We just didn't have any response.
Councilman Williams?
When you say no, you like response from potential food trucks that would?
Well, we were asking, not food trucks.
Okay.
We were asking them to make some development with the RFP. The development was possible commissaries, structure. We would give them the property. They would have to build the structure. It was more than just food trucks. It was actually the infrastructure for it.
Okay.
That was our process.
The reason I struggled, because I know at the time we talked about actually targeting people who have been successful in this area, to let them know about the opportunities. And I know you can't be biased in the RFP, but my thing is, what do we do to communicate with the people besides post it on the internet? Like, I know we have our own economic development team now, where we aggressive. Like, I hear we posted it, but I still have yet to hear how did we go about targeting some of the people who've been successful at this.
Were you able to check with any developers directly, or is that prohibited?
My recollection is that we did reach out to some specific
individuals who might be interested. Now, whether or not we still have that list or if it was in that file, I don't know. But we could certainly check to see if we have that information.
I like to see it.
Okay, thank you.
So do we need to give Mr. Raggett some direction at this time, or ask if we still want to do it and where do we want to do it? Or,
Well, I think we can do one of two things. We can certainly give him direction whether we want to proceed or not, or we can get some additional data and see about the RFP if that's worth another look. Because, I mean, one thing I'm hearing is if we're willing to give people land and they're just going to have to make the investment and it still can't cash flow, that could be a concern about the success of the program overall. So we don't want to just do, I mean, I know for me, that would be a turnoff if I was going to be investing my money and didn't think I'd get a return. So I'm assuming, that might require a little additional unless we just know we're going to go into it as with the idea that we're going to use city funds and we're not going to worry about the return. Did you have something?
Well, that's what I was
Council?
gonna, was it gonna be something that we were looking for someone to run it for us? Was that the initial thought?
Or build it and provide land at, $1 a year lease.
Okay.
Something like, get ideas from them in terms of what would make them want to do a food truck park downtown.
Yes, Mayor, if I may chime in.
Sure.
You are correct. What we wanted to do initially was put it out to see what options were out there from potential developers. The money that's in the CIP and that's in the current year budget, we have 43,000 for design. And it's $1.3 million total. That was if the city did it itself. In terms of creating a food truck park, either here at by City Hall or over by the event center. So because we didn't get any quotes back, we actually don't know how to move forward. And the reason why we're here today is really we need to know if this council wants to move forward with the food truck park, because this week we are going to be reaching out to our bond counsel and our financial advisor to issue the debt in order to fund this project as well as other CIP projects that council approved in this fiscal year's budget. We need to know if you want the city to move forward so that finance can include the $43,000 in the issuance of debt for this fiscal year. I mean, we can push it back a year, we can push it back a couple of years, but we just need some direction so that we can provide our bond counsel and financial advisor the correct dollar amount.
If I may, add a little background to some of the newer council members. When this idea first came up, it was proposed to be open and operated by the Chamber of Commerce. The then director of the Chamber of Commerce had experience with food truck parks. And he came and gave city council a presentation on food truck parks with them being the person that operated. But they left, and the person that was going to do that was no longer available with the chamber, and so it was still looked at with the city. What are we going to do? We're going to do it internally, or we're going to hire a third party to look at it? And then two, you had questions about where you going to put it. So that was a big question. So they just wanted to gauge your interest. One, are you interested in doing such a project? And then two, okay, we tried to find some people. We can try it again. We can go out for RFPs again, do a more comprehensive program, Councilmember Turner, to reach people, et cetera. And where's it gonna go? Will it go? We had plans for along the river, but we had some people, some staff saying too, that's susceptible to flooding. Then some people say, okay, well, by the event center, but you're taking some other prime land away for that. So there are some questions that need to be answered by this board to see if or when or how this project is gonna go forward.
Well, Councilman Turner?
Well, Mayor, just for me, it's just a little frustrating. You know, I'm looking at a population of a community with about 40,000 people down the road that's getting these dollar leases, and you're seeing development from developers that are right within our community locally. And I could just say the abbreviation PN. It's happening on that riverfront, and that's why I struggle to say that their population is that much smaller than ours, and they're able to accomplish it, and we're saying we can't. I just don't. I'm not okay with that. We need to work hard and get it done.
Councilman Durio?
I don't know if y'all can answer this question. Do you think the reluctance for people to respond to our RFP might have been because of the experience with the hotel convention center?
That was one of the comments. You may recall Kenny Smith, former facilities maintenance director. That was one of the comments that he received from a couple of people. He told me was that the bond election, the hotel, the convention center, some people were waiting to see how that was going to go with the citizens of Beaumont.
Go ahead.
Well, I
Councilman
mean,
Williams.
I think it's unfair to compare Port Neches to Beaumont. I mean, median household income in Port Neches is probably 50% higher than it is here. So I mean, that could be one facet of why a business would look there over here.
Well, and they have economic
Sure,
development.
but I
incentive.
think there's more to, I mean,
Yeah.
a business is gonna go where they can make money.
Well,
The reason I said it, I spoke to the developers who developed there, and they are saying that opportunity wasn't presented here. Since we just gonna be candid, I'm gonna be candid and say it.
yeah, I think we can probably have this conversation off the
I
dot.
mean, I think I know who you're talking about, and I mean, he's been very vocal on social media. He did not want to operate in Beaumont, and or because of problems he had with Beaumont and the city, and so he made a decision to go to Port Neches, and that's part of a broader issue that I think we've going to have to fix, but
right.
we're not going to fix it today.
Oh.
I guess earlier the question was raised: they need guidance? If we're just talking about moving 43,000 from this budget to 2027 budget, that to me seems like a great idea. It's not that much money. Move it to the 27 budget. The 1.2 million is part of the 27 budget, right? It's not part of this year's budget. So we're only talking about 43,000. So if you want my input, I say move the 43,000 to 27 and we revisit this
Is
later.
that what you're asking though? I was thinking you were saying proceed with the 43,000 and then know whether
If you want to go with,
y'all want to go with the bond council.
choose an area, go with the food park, then we would use that $43,000 this year to do a design work for it. 2027, we would ask for the remainder. of the
I'm
1.3
confused.
million.
I thought we tried to get someone to bid doing the design work for us and no one wants to do it.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, we went out twice, we didn't get any bids, correct?
Okay,
So-
so I think we ought to delay it because what we're doing is not working, and we ought to try this next year.
And that's an easy fix, and that's really what we're looking to hear. If the majority of the council wishes to do that, we can push it back 1 year in the CIP, and we'll have the 43,000 in next year's budget. We'll bring that back to council for approval, and move the additional 1.2 back as well. We'll just shift it 1 year. We could.
If we shift it 1 year and we still not gonna know if anybody wants to do the job. If we're not doing anything in that year, we just move the money, but how are we gonna know whether or not anybody wants the job? And once that gets here, when 27 gets there, then how are we gonna know if we wanna do it then?
Well, if once next fiscal year gets here and we go out to bid again and we don't get any quotes, then that could be a reason for us to know that, hey, no one wants to do this here in Beaumont.
Right.
Yeah, and I think, Mayor, if I could, I think part of the discussion is whether or not to borrow the 1.2, and we certainly, sounds like we don't want to borrow 1.2 if we don't even have a potential partner yet.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I would think if y'all, do y'all feel that you did everything you could as far as the RFP goes, went out? Or do you feel if we went out again, you could do things different that maybe we get a better response?
I think we can always do something different to try to see if we can get a better response. You know,
That's what I would suggest that we would do.
we could look at things differently and how it went out.
That's what I would suggest to do, because I don't want to just drop this.
And when, I'm with you, I don't want to either, but this is a part of a broader conversation, because we start talking about if we're gonna put it down at Riverfront Park, are we gonna have that built before we're gonna have restrooms built at Riverfront Park? That really wouldn't make sense. And I know we have those in CIP, it's just a matter of looking at it and making sure that timeline's gonna work and where we might be, I would think. And I don't think at this point we're in a position to do that. So I think it'd be worth pushing it down. But I think looking at all of that, because I think we're going to have some upcoming events that will be at Riverfront Park, and we're certainly getting a lot of utilization from it since it's opened up again. And restrooms would be helpful for that.
Well, I mean, the deal for Westbrook and BU, didn't they have food trucks down there at the park?
They did, and they did for Mural Fest.
Yeah.
The week before, well, that was the same time.
Same weekend, yeah.
But yes. And porta potties.
So it's a need for them.
Yeah. All right. So y'all have sufficient direction at this point for that? All right. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and close the work session on the food truck park. And at this point, we're going to go to council comments. So I'll start with Councilman Durio.
Yeah, on my earlier, when we were speaking about Mr. Boone, I didn't get a chance to talk about my buddy right here, Kenneth. Me and him are a little close in age, and him and AJ, so I don't feel like he's a father figure to me. Sometimes I call him KW, sometimes I call him Kenneth Wayne. But he came here as our city manager, but since he's been here, he and I feel that we became friends. And I learned a lot from him. He taught me a lot about how to be a councilman. It's a lot of stuff that I didn't know that I do know now. And he taught me a lot about what to do and what not to do. And he tried to teach me about playing golf, but I found out he's just as bad as me. But I enjoyed it, man. Thank you. We're gonna miss you and Cynthia, man. And like I said, I learned a lot from you, and you leaving here as my friend as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Councilman Durio. Councilman Hilliard.
No comment.
Councilman Turner.
Yes, man. We had a citizen come up here earlier asking at 4390 West Cardinal about a bus stop. Yeah. If we can, even if it's as simple as looking at area that's not heavily populated and see if maybe we can reroute it and get it in front of that senior citizen complex, because that is an area where a lot of seniors live around that Antioch church. If we can figure that out, I think that would be beneficial. I'm just looking forward to the discussion to see what we can come up with to work with Baptist. And another thing I had a question about, we talked about this a few years back. Some seniors always call about maybe a dead tree in their yard or the tree limbs hanging in their yard. And I noticed in the community block grant funding, we had a lot of money in our Chodo reserve. Are we required to just keep that money there, or is it the reason it's not working? Are we required to keep that 15% threshold?
I believe so, for Chodo, yes.
Chodo reserve.
Yes, out of our home funds, yes, 15% is a cap. But I can verify with Just Prince tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I just would like an update on the verification, because, you know, with this many things going on, I hate for it to sit if we could utilize it. Another thing I seen was special project funding. It wasn't really identified. If someone can educate me, it doesn't have to be today, but I would like some specifics on what the special project funding is, because again, it's been consistently, some of these seniors a call about a branch or a tree or something to that magnitude.
Sure. Yep, sure.
Yeah, and it may be some funding that's kind of sitting in reserves and not utilized. Maybe we can allocate a little bit to people who may be a widow or over the age of 65 about some funding, because this happens in other cities, but if that's the way we can reallocate something that's just sitting, I think it'll be a good idea. And lastly, I kind of want to hammer in, I'm just real competitive about the city of Beaumont. Like, I really am. I don't believe in settling. I don't believe in making excuses. You know, even in the private sector, you have a meeting over and over again without a solution, something happened. So, I mean, I look at things a little differently. You know, I've been hearing about the food pork truck for some years. And at some point, you know, it's no way I should be able to have conversation with people who are interested, and I'm hearing nobody's interested at all. Like, we're missing a boat somewhere. And we shouldn't have developers feeling like they don't want to do anything out here, but I'll go down the street.